Buenos días. Vamos a dar comienzo a este acto de inauguración de la jornada que lleva por título Desafíos de una educación humana, que sirve como acto de conmemoración del 5º aniversario del Instituto Mixto Universitario de Investigación Daisaku Ikeda. En primer lugar, le voy a ceder la palabra al decano de la Facultad de Educación, Jesús García Laborda. Querido Jesús.
Pues muchas gracias. Lo primero, quiero felicitar porque hoy es un día grande, es el 5º centenario de Ikeda, precisamente en el mismo día que el 10º aniversario de la coronación del rey. No deja de ser un día fabuloso para todos los que estamos aquí. En ese sentido, yo voy a dirigirles 2 palabritas en español y creo que ya que hay bastantes personas que nos están recibiendo internacionalmente, el resto del tema lo diré en inglés. Simplemente decir que quiero dar a Alejandro y a Belén las gracias por una idea absolutamente loca hace 5 años que ahora es una maravillosa realidad. Supongo que tener locuras de vez en cuando nos da grandes resultados y en ese sentido yo creo que esto es una de esas obras. Lo segundo es que además, dado que es en la Facultad de Educación, nos sentimos especialmente honrados. Well, first of all, my name is Jesus Garcia, as we met before, and it's a privilege to welcome the 5th anniversary of the Ikeda Institute here at the Universidad de Alcalá, and which is very devoted to 2 of the topics that our keynotes are bringing today, which is very much nature and bilingual education. Well, I'm also especially delighted to welcome Dr. Namrata Sharma. Please excuse my, I don't know, I guess Hindi, and Jason Gula. This is easy. Whose work has profoundly influenced, obviously, this development of education for, as you have in there, the challenges for a human education. It is also, I think, nature, to go by parts. Nature is not a place to visit, but for most of us it's a heritage, and it's also a home where we should be developing. Obviously, this reminds me that the preservation of our natural environment is not something that we do freely, it's not something that we do as for fun, but it's an obligation that we all as human nature have. On the other hand, Dr. Goulart, your pioneering work in bilingual education has shown the important effect of transformative bilingual education in human development. I believe that it's probably your idea that bilingual education is not just about learning another language, but it's a new way to develop the person. So in that sense, actually, this is where it actually clashes with this idea of developing the human nature. I have to say that, as Dr. Goulart also knows, I have developed part of my career in bilingual education, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina during the war. And I have the feeling that this bilingual and the language can have a transformative power that usually can be transformed also in this happiness that is very much the whole idea behind the Ikeda Institute. Let me finish that by a couple of words. First of all, it's been a fantastic and amazing opportunity for the College of Education to have the Ikeda Institute, and please, Alejandro, call me back when we turn 10, when we turn 15, and hopefully, if I'm still alive, when we turn 25. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Jesús. A continuación tiene la palabra el profesor Alejandro Iborra, director del Instituto Daisaku.
Muchas gracias. Señor vicerrector de Investigación y Transferencia, señor decano, profesores, alumnos, alumnas, compañeros, compañeras. Quiero empezar con agradecimientos, ya que no estaríamos aquí si no fuera por el apoyo de nuestro rector y su equipo de gobierno, representado hoy por el vicerrector de Investigación, que fue además la persona que más nos apoyó desde el principio. También especialmente a la Fundación Makiguchi, la sección de Asuntos Internacionales de la Soka Gakkai. Y concretamente también quiero hacer una mención especial a Enrique Caputo, director de la Soka Gakkai España. Gracias por facilitar todas nuestras actividades. Desde luego, quiero hacer unas gracias especiales pues, a todos los que habéis venido presencialmente y a todos los que nos están escuchando desde Internet. Pues muchas gracias por estar aquí, porque si no, no tendría sentido ninguna jornada, ningún acto. Y también quiero agradecer pues, el servicio de traducción que tenemos, que va a hacer posible la comprensión de toda la jornada. Traduciremos también el vídeo que quede alojado en YouTube para que se pueda comprender mejor. Así que gracias por la labor, que va a ser fundamental. Y también, por supuesto, a todos los técnicos de sonido y todos los técnicos que hacen posible esto. Hoy conmemoramos el 5º aniversario de la creación de nuestro Instituto de Investigación inspirado en la obra del filósofo japonés Daisaku Ikeda. Además, queremos aprovechar para recordar su reciente fallecimiento, el pasado 15 de noviembre de 2023. Desde el Instituto nos sentimos honrados de seguir contribuyendo a su legado, comprometidos en promover sus ideas en un mundo en crisis que aún las necesita. En la inauguración de nuestro instituto, en junio de 2019, cité unas palabras suyas que seguimos haciendo nuestras. La misión de las nuevas universidades debería ser iluminar las virtudes del pueblo, revitalizar su espíritu y obrar en dirección a su felicidad. La educación eleva y nutre al ser humano. Su propósito no se limita a la mera transferencia de conocimientos, ni a buscar el desarrollo de competencias individuales. La misión de las universidades en el siglo XXI reside en forjar valores humanos que puedan contribuir a la paz del mundo y a la felicidad del género humano. Esta misión planteada por Ikeda no resulta en absoluto sencilla, y justamente por ello nos hemos centrado en la educación como nuestro tema principal. En estos 5 años, la revista Cuadernos del Instituto Ikeda supone una buena muestra de nuestro trabajo, reflexionando en torno a los siguientes temas: una cultura de paz, el poder del diálogo, la generatividad y la revolución humana, la creación de valor, los derechos humanos y nuestra apuesta por una educación transformacional. Dos características evidenciadas en las actividades que hemos realizado son la internacionalidad y la interdisciplinariedad. Hemos abordado nuestros temas desde diferentes disciplinas, como el derecho, la geología, la biología, la pedagogía, la filosofía, la psicología y la sistémica. Y hemos podido conversar con personas procedentes de diferentes partes del mundo, como Chad Hogan, Tania Klubert, Rocío Chaveste, Tim Ingarfield, Laura Formenti, Elisa Gazzotti, pero también con Juanjo Zacarés, Josep Seguí y en el próximo número con nuestra querida Leonor Margalef, donde conversamos en torno a la innovación. Asociado a la innovación, queremos presentar nuestro proyecto de futuro. El próximo curso, 24-25, comenzaremos a impartir el máster oficial en innovación educativa para la creación de valor, cuyo objetivo es formar a docentes e investigadores sobre innovación desde el enfoque de la creación de valor. Pero como muestra de todo lo mencionado, en esta jornada de hoy tenemos el privilegio de contar con dos figuras reconocidas internacionalmente por divulgar el trabajo de Daisaku Ikeda y Tsunesaburo Makiguchi. Tendremos ocasión de escuchar y aprender de Namrata Sharma, profesora de la Universidad Estatal de Nueva York, y Jason Gula, director del Instituto de Estudios Daisaku Ikeda sobre Educación, de la Universidad de Paul de Chicago. También Mitsuko Matsumoto nos recordará las conexiones educativas del trabajo de Daisaku Ikeda. El título de la jornada es Desafíos a una educación humana. Por una educación humana nos referimos sobre todo a una educación que, además del desarrollo de conocimiento y competencias propios de cualquier disciplina, fomenta el desarrollo de todas las personas implicadas en el contexto educativo. Una educación humana entiende la educación como una actividad ilusionante, motivadora, por encima de la técnica, por encima de lo instrumental, por encima de las consecuencias o títulos que se consigan. Quiero leer un fragmento compartido en un trabajo final por una alumna que refleja la experiencia vivida por muchos estudiantes universitarios y que evidencia, por un lado, algunos desafíos cotidianos de la educación, pero espero que también el propósito que podemos tener como educadores. Y dice así: estoy en tercero y, desgraciadamente, y hablando por muchos de mis compañeros, estamos agotados. Esto no significa que no tengamos ambiciones ni vocación, ni mucho menos que no nos guste lo que hacemos, sino que más bien tenemos una gran necesidad de un cambio en el sistema. Recuerdo mi primer año en la universidad. Todo era especial. Las experiencias iniciales, el gran cambio realizado, la adquisición de madurez, tanto mental como emocional, la ilusión de trabajar con niños y niñas. Pero año tras año, todas esas sensaciones se comienzan a enfriar y acaban desvaneciéndose debido a la monotonía y la repetición de muchas asignaturas. Nos encontramos ante una estructura curricular que está más encaminada a sobrecargarnos de trabajos y a cumplimentar una serie de créditos sin siquiera centrarse en lo realmente importante. Es así como, ya en tercer año, lo único que deseamos los estudiantes es terminar la carrera, en vez de disfrutarla como es debido. Cuando comencé la asignatura de Educación para la Felicidad, solo pensaba en una cosa: quitarme asignaturas de cuarto para poder terminar la carrera cuanto antes, porque cada vez se me estaba haciendo más cuesta arriba. Pero esta asignatura me ha demostrado que se puede enseñar mucho sin necesidad de que ninguna clase sea igual, pero que a su vez todas tengan un profundo aprendizaje detrás. La incertidumbre que anteriormente me ponía nerviosa me comenzó a gustar. Cada clase ha sido única e irrepetible y todas me han enseñado que no es que hubiese perdido la motivación por la carrera que estoy estudiando, sino que se había estancado dicha ilusión. No he salido más feliz de la asignatura. He salido con más ganas de afrontar todo lo que se me pueda venir. He salido con ganas de aportar al mundo y que se me aporte a mí. He salido con ideas claras, dejando la confusión atrás. No sé ustedes, pero cuando leí estas palabras me emocioné. Primero por la descripción que hace de una educación a la que se le ha despojado la ilusión. Y me entristece escuchar este tipo de testimonios. La innovación debe ir ligada a recuperar y a dotar a la educación de sentido. Una educación humana para nosotros es una educación plena de sentido. Y querría terminar con estas palabras de Hannah Arendt, que también aporta una clave importante. Cuando le preguntaron qué repercusión tenía su obra en otras personas, respondió: me pregunta usted por la repercusión que mi trabajo tiene en otras personas. Se trata, si se me permite ironizar, de una pregunta masculina. Los hombres siempre quieren ejercer una gran influencia, pero hasta cierto punto yo todo esto lo veo desde fuera. Que si me imagino teniendo repercusión, no. Lo que quiero es comprender. Y cuando otras personas comprenden en el mismo sentido en que yo he comprendido, ello me produce una satisfacción que es como un sentimiento de pertenencia. Esperemos que nuestra manera de entender la educación nos facilita a nosotros y a nuestros alumnos no exclusivamente mayor control o capacidad de influencia, sino una mejor comprensión de la realidad que habitarán y que harán posible. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro, decano de la Facultad de Educación, directores del Instituto, Daisaku, Ikeda, señoras y señores. I'm going to do the opposite, or I'm going to follow the opposite way to Jesus. In first place, I would like to give the welcome to the people that is today with us, and it's going to be a speaker in this event, and also to all those people that is following us in streaming. And now I'm going to change to the Spanish to give the welcome to this. Hoy, lo decía el decano, es un día de felicidad, de celebración, porque se cumplen 5 años de la creación de este Instituto Mixto de Investigación Daisaku Ikeda. Para mí, agradezco la invitación. Aprovecho para excusar la asistencia al rector, que no podía venir, pero bueno, esa ausencia al rector me permite estar a mí hoy aquí. Es realmente especial para mí porque al poco tiempo de ser nombrado vicerrector de Investigación y Transferencia, recuerdo la visita de Alejandro, Ana Belén y Ana, que la veo por allí, a mi despacho para contarme su idea, ¿no? La creación de un instituto en educación, y algo que me impactó mucho, ¿no? Una educación basada en la felicidad, ¿no? Yo reconozco que cuando me lo dijeron me sonó un poco extraño, ¿no? Educar basando en la felicidad y en la creación de valor, pero me pareció que era una idea muy interesante y que además venía avalada por el método Soka, por la Universidad Soka en Japón, a la que agradezco también la colaboración que tiene con nuestra universidad en esta iniciativa, ¿no? Bueno, 5 años después podemos apreciar que aquella idea ha tomado forma, es ya una realidad, y es una realidad con futuro, ¿no? Como decía el decano, ahora se cumplen 5, pero seguro que vamos a cumplir muchos más. Les quería dar también a todos la bienvenida a la Universidad de Alcalá, a los que hoy están aquí en Guadalajara, que es para nosotros también, para la Universidad de Alcalá, aunque llevamos el nombre de Alcalá de Henares, que es la ciudad donde surgió nuestra universidad, pero Guadalajara es para nosotros muy especial. No en vano somos probablemente la única universidad, junto quizá a la de Granada también, en la que pertenecemos a 2 comunidades autónomas diferentes dentro de España, ¿no? Madrid y Castilla-La Mancha. Y bueno, pues simplemente y de forma muy breve quería recordar a quizá los que nos conozcan menos o las personas que nos están siguiendo desde fuera, que la Universidad de Alcalá tiene el privilegio, hace poco, el año pasado, celebramos también el 25 aniversario de ser declarados como Universidad Patrimonio de la Humanidad. Es un privilegio que tenemos exclusivamente en España, somos la única universidad en España distinguida de esta forma y una de las 5 que hay en el mundo, ¿no? Junto con la Universidad de Virginia en Estados Unidos, la Universidad Autónoma de México, la Universidad de Caracas en Venezuela y la Universidad de Coimbra en Portugal. Es decir, eso nos hace tener o contar con un patrimonio histórico y cultural impresionante que nos afanamos cada día por intentar conservar, pero además nos impulsa a que en la actualidad queramos ser una universidad moderna, alineada con la investigación y con la innovación, como decía el director del Instituto, y atenta a esos cambios o a esos procesos innovadores que puedan surgir a nuestro alrededor. Así que, de nuevo, muchísimas gracias a los directores y a los miembros del Instituto por toda vuestra actividad y cómo habéis conseguido levantar lo que en principio era una idea hasta hacerlo, como decíamos, una realidad palpable. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much for coming and to participate in this event. Solamente desear que la jornada, estoy seguro que así va a ser, sea positiva y muy fructífera para todos. Así que, sin más, declaramos inaugurada esta jornada y les deseo un muy buen día a todos. Muchas gracias.
A continuación, vamos a preparar la primera sesión, la primera charla de Mitsuko Matsumoto, que va a introducir la jornada hablando de las conexiones del trabajo de Daisaku, Ikeda y la educación. Cuando quieras. Colaboradora del Instituto desde sus inicios y colaboradora también en nuestra asignatura desde sus inicios. Y es un placer contar con ella una vez más. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días a todos y todas. Es un honor para mí hablar hoy sobre la influencia en la educación de Daisaku Ikeda. la persona que da nombre al instituto que tiene sede en esta facultad y a quien considero mi maestro. Daisaku Ikeda nació el 2 de enero de 1928 en Tokio, Japón. Fue el quinto hijo de una familia numerosa y humilde dedicada al cultivo de algas marinas. En su juventud padeció tuberculosis crónica y el médico que lo trataba no esperaba que viviera más allá de los 30 años. A pesar de su débil salud, luchó por vivir y dedicó toda su vida a tratar de hacer el mundo un lugar mejor, considerando que la base para hacerlo era atesorar a la persona que tenía ante sí en cada momento. Así vivió hasta la edad de 95 años, falleciendo el año pasado, el 15 de noviembre, como comentó Alejandro. Ikeda fue un filósofo budista, constructor de la paz, autor y poeta, pero por encima de todo fue un educador. Él creía en el poder de la educación para reconfigurar y transformar la época y comentó en varias ocasiones que la educación era el emprendimiento más crucial de su vida. Afirmó en la conferencia que pronunció en 1996 en el Teachers College o Facultad de Educación de la Universidad de Columbia, Nueva York. La educación es un privilegio singularmente humano. Es la fuente de inspiración que nos permite llegar a ser plena y auténticamente humanos y vivir nuestra vida cumpliendo una misión constructiva, con postura y confianza en nosotros mismos. En contraste, cuando el conocimiento se desarrolla sin consideración hacia las preocupaciones humanas, en última instancia conduce a la creación de armas de destrucción masiva. La tarea fundamental de la educación debe ser garantizar que el conocimiento sirva para promover la causa de la felicidad y la paz humanas. Debe ser la fuerza impulsora de una búsqueda humanitaria en constante desarrollo. Es por esta razón que considero la educación como la última y más importante tarea de mi vida. Esta es también la razón por la que estoy totalmente de acuerdo con la opinión expresada por el presidente Levine del Teachers College, de que si bien la educación puede ser el medio lento para el cambio social, es el único medio. Basándose en esta creencia, Ikeda fundó instituciones educativas Soka en diferentes lugares del mundo. Entre ellas se cuentan centros de educación infantil en 5 países, centros desde educación primaria hasta estudio de posgrado en Japón, escuela en Brasil y Malasia y una universidad de artes liberales o humanidades en Estados Unidos. La palabra Soka significa creación de valor. Procede de la filosofía educativa expuesta en la obra Soka Kyoiku Gaktaike, traducida como el sistema pedagógico de la creación de valor. Esta fue desarrollada por Tsunesaburo Makiguchi con el apoyo de su discípulo Yosei Toda, quien a su vez tendría como discípulo al propio Ikeda. Makiguchi definió el logro de la felicidad como la meta de vida esencial de los seres humanos individuales y de la sociedad que forman. Por lo tanto, consideró el logro de la felicidad también como el propósito de la educación. Para él, la felicidad radicaba en la capacidad de crear valor o significado para uno mismo y para los demás. Sin embargo, Makiguchi y Toda no pudieron llegar a ver la implementación de sus planteamientos educativos. Fue Ikeda quien los hizo realidad, estableciendo décadas más tarde el sistema educativo basado en la filosofía de sus maestros. Yo tuve el privilegio de recibir y completar mi educación en la Escuela Secundaria Soka de Tokio y en la Universidad Soka de los Estados Unidos, 2 instituciones fundadas por Daisaku Ikeda. Haciéndolo, experimenté su respeto, confianza y cuidado de cada uno y una de nosotros, primero como estudiantes y luego como graduado o alumni. Cuando yo estaba en la escuela secundaria Soka, a pesar de sus múltiples ocupaciones, Ikeda solía venir para, por ejemplo, pronunciar un discurso en una ocasión especial. como la ceremonia de ingreso. Si alguna vez no podía hacerlo, se aseguraba de enviarnos un mensaje. Siempre nos alentaba a soñar a lo grande, a creer en nuestro potencial y a no rendirnos, y a seguir esforzándonos con una visión y con objetivos a largo plazo. También nos alentaba a menudo a que fuéramos ciudadanos globales e invitaba a personalidades destacadas procedentes de países de todo el mundo a la escuela para que tuviéramos la oportunidad de escucharlas de primera mano e inspirarnos. Recuerdo que en una ocasión Ikeda vino a un acto organizado por la escuela en un auditorio y que con él asistió como invitado Roberto Baggio, de Italia, uno de los jugadores de fútbol más destacados a nivel mundial en aquel momento, además de ser una persona con valores. Al llegar, Ikeda se dio cuenta de que el segundo piso del auditorio estaba vacío y cuando preguntó, se enteró de que a los alumnos de primaria se les había asignado un espacio diferente, aparte, ya que de otro modo podían hacer demasiado ruido. Al saberlo, expresó su desacuerdo a los profesores que habían tomado la decisión y les pidió que hicieran pasar a los niños sin dilación. También dispuso que se les ofrecieran algunos dulces para que no se aburrieran. Sentí que lo último que quería era privar a los alumnos de la oportunidad de conocer a un ídolo de fútbol y humanista como Baggio, con la ilusión que esto les haría y la buena influencia que podría ejercer sobre su futuro. En esta misma ocasión, los estudiantes cantamos delante de él una canción que habíamos creado. Recuerdo que aprovechó la oportunidad para alentarnos con calidez, a la vez con rigor, sobre la importancia de basarnos en la realidad, no solo en bonitos ideales. A pesar de ser jóvenes, confiaba plenamente en nuestra capacidad de captar mensajes profundos. También nos enviaba a menudo regalos como libros, sellos o postales de distintos países. En una ocasión, yo, que me consideraba una estudiante anónima entre cientos de estudiantes, recibí un libro publicado a partir de un diálogo que había mantenido él, Daisaku Ikeda, y Johann Gartung, el padre de los estudios sobre la paz. En la primera página estaba escrito a mano la frase: «La sabiduría es la victoria, 3 de julio, Daisaku». Mirando hacia atrás, creo que ese generoso y profundo gesto influyó en que años después yo dedicara mi investigación doctoral a la relación entre la educación y la paz. Cuando hacía calor, también nos enviaba helados, y ya en mi etapa en la Universidad Soka de los Estados Unidos, a miles de kilómetros de distancia, antes de los exámenes, nos enviaba meriendas, teniendo en cuenta que podíamos tener hambre estudiando hasta tarde. Nos alentaba a creer en nuestro potencial y hacerlo florecer sin distinción ninguna por etnia, género, estatus socioeconómico, ideología o religión. Quizás pueda parecer que estoy hablando demasiado de experiencias personales, pero es difícil desligar la filosofía educativa transmitida por Ikeda de la praxis y de las relaciones humanas. El ethos de cuidado y respeto que Daisaku Ikeda ejemplificó impregna las instituciones que fundó. Los estudiantes sienten el cuidado y la creencia en el potencial de cada uno y una por parte del profesorado, y entre los estudiantes se desarrolla una amistad para toda la vida, basada en respeto mutuo y en compromiso con la construcción de un mundo de paz. Personalmente, transcurrida casi 2 décadas desde mi graduación, no tengo muchas oportunidades de reunirme con mis compañeros de promoción, pero cuando lo hacemos, conectamos como si nos hubiéramos estado juntos ayer y tratamos de animarnos mutuamente a no rendirnos ante los desafíos de la realidad y a seguir persiguiendo el camino que cada uno de nosotros ha decidido seguir. Gracias a todo este aliento que he recibido directa e indirectamente, hoy soy quien soy. Y lo más importante es que soy solo una de los innumerables estudiantes y exalumnos que podrían estar aquí hoy contando su propia historia. Creo firmemente que el legado de Daisaku Ikeda seguirá iluminando a las generaciones futuras, especialmente en estos tiempos inciertos, en los que puede resultar difícil mantener la esperanza y la fe en la humanidad. Es algo reconocido por el hecho de recibir doctorados honorarios de numerosas universidades globalmente, incluyendo esta. Hablando de Europa, el 20 de febrero de este año, el Parlamento Europeo celebró un acto de homenaje a las contribuciones de Daisaku Ikeda. Como una de las orgullosas graduadas del sistema educativo Soka, aprovecho la oportunidad que se me ha dado hoy para expresar mi determinación de seguir el camino de Daisaku Ikeda y contribuir, en la medida que sea capaz, a la educación manifieste su potencial transformador para la felicidad de cada persona y para la paz y el florecimiento de la humanidad. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Mitsuko. Ha sido muy emocionante escucharte. Esa experiencia, además, que pudiste vivir en primera persona, es maravillosa. Muchísimas gracias, porque creo que nos hace entender mejor lo que significa la educación creadora de valor, ¿no? Y lo que significaba la postura también de Daisaku Ikeda ante la educación y ante la juventud y los estudiantes. Muchas gracias de corazón. Bueno, y yo hoy vengo a presentaros, a daros las gracias primero por acompañarnos, los que estáis online, los que estáis aquí, porque es para nosotros realmente un día muy especial. Y es un honor para mí poder presentarles hoy a la doctora Namrata Sarna, una destacada académica y profesional con la que llevamos varios años colaborando desde el Instituto Ikeda de la Universidad de Alcalá y que ha viajado a nuestro país especialmente para poder acompañarnos en los actos de celebración del 5º aniversario de la creación del Instituto Ikeda. La doctora Sarna es docente en la Universidad Estatal de Nueva York, como ya adelantaba Alejandro, y es una experta reconocida por las Naciones Unidas en la red Armonía con la Naturaleza. Además, es consultora internacional en educación y ha trabajado en las juntas directivas de varias organizaciones profesionales en India, Estados Unidos y Europa. Su formación académica es muy relevante, entre otros, pues quería destacar sus estudios de grado y licenciatura en la Universidad de Delhi, el máster que realizó en la Universidad de Soka en Tokio y su doctorado en el Instituto de Educación del University College de la University College de Londres. La doctora Sarna ha publicado varios libros, entre los cuales hay dos que yo os recomiendo que leáis. Para mí son dos de mis libros de cabecera, que están en inglés, pero la traducción en español vendría a decir algo así como Educación para la ciudadanía global creadora de valor para el desarrollo sostenible, de 2020, y Una educación para la ciudadanía global creadora de valor, de 2018, que a mí me ayudó mucho a entender muchas de las ideas que después hemos desarrollado en el Instituto y en nuestra asignatura de Educación para la Felicidad. Quería destacar también su trabajo en Educación para la ciudadanía global y en Educación comparativa e internacional. En cuanto a su investigación actual, la doctora Sarna se dedica a establecer vínculos significativos entre la enseñanza de las iniciativas de ciudadanía global lideradas por la UNESCO y la educación para el desarrollo sostenible, lo cual refleja su compromiso con la creación de un impacto positivo a nivel mundial. Hoy tenemos la oportunidad y el privilegio de poder escuchar aquí su conferencia. Un poquito más tarde podremos también charlar con ella en esta mesa de debate. Animo a partir de esta conferencia a los que estáis presentes, las personas que nos siguen online, si tienen alguna pregunta, pues la pueden formular o la podemos pensar aquí o formularla por el chat y después la podremos tener en cuenta en la mesa redonda que tendremos más adelante. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias, Namrata. Estamos deseando escucharte.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. I want to begin, of course, by thanking everyone who's working behind the scenes to make this event possible, from the interpreters to the people who have been recording, for those of you in person here as well, and those online joining us. So this is a time to commemorate. It's to commemorate 5 years of the Ikeda Institute at the University of Alcalá. So 5 years ago, I'm kind of remembering very fondly when I first heard that there is this institute, for Ikeda studies that has been established here in Spain. And I was like, oh my God, how do I reach out to them? Will anybody be able to speak English? Because unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish. Little did I know that we have 2 directors here who are so proficient and, bilingual. So it's such a dream come true for me to be here and commemorating, your 5th anniversary of the Ikeda Institute. I cannot believe it. So I have a PowerPoint presentation because I'm going to navigate through some philosophical ideas and the application of these. That's not mine. I think this one should be the one. Yeah. Yes. And then how do I share the... I can guess, but... Thank you. So, today I'd like to focus on Dr. Ikeda's ideas and the application and relevance of his educational ideas globally, especially because this is a commemorative event, really attributed to his life and achievements and influence he's had globally and, of course, specifically on my work. But I think that the Ikeda Institute here in Spain really attributes, especially at the University of Alcalá, it really attributes to the city of Alcalá being a city of knowledge. It is a city of knowledge, and now bringing in Dr. Ikeda's ideas, which is still very less known, it's less widely known worldwide, shows that Alcalá as a city has a very sort of intercultural mindset. And I'm so glad that while having this like we heard from the Vice President, while having this fantastic heritage, there is also a fantastic sort of will to build innovation, a future forward, bringing in less widely known values and understandings and knowledge into the main discourse within education. And I think you at the Institute are really opening up new avenues and new sort of fields for people today. So moving on to my own presentation. My presentation today has 3 parts. In the first part, I will briefly discuss SOCA, or value creating education. In the second part, I aim to introduce and situate my work in the field of sustainable development and global citizenship. And in the third section, I'll share some proposals from my work on value-creating global citizenship education that is a pedagogical approach to learning that I have developed by taking SOCA, or value-creating education, as a focal point of inquiry within the discourse on sustainability and global citizenship that is led by UNESCO. So UNESCO, for those who might not know, is the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. So, to begin, in the first part of my presentation, let me provide a brief description to SOCA, or value creating education. SOCA, or value creation, has been described by Dr. Ikeda, who is a Japanese thinker and SOCA progenitor. He describes SOCA as the capacity to find meaning, to enhance one's own existence, and contribute to the well-being of others under any circumstance. SOCA, or value-creating education, could therefore be understood as a learner-centered approach that is focused on the health, well-being, and happiness of each student. And here, the term happiness is very specific. which is the ability to lead a contributive life. So some of you here may have, whether in person or online, may have taken Anna and the Institute's course on happiness as part of your curriculum, part of your studies. And so you might be already familiar with this. I also want to give a shout out to the master's program that was mentioned earlier by Alejandro, the Masters in Educational Innovation and Value Creation, which is to start this year in 2024. And I would very much encourage you to look it up and advertise it, because it's a fantastic opportunity for young people to learn about value creation and innovative methods of education. So, given that this is the definition of SOCA and what SOCA or value creating education might look like in in its practice, is there any way to see that this is actually being realized somewhere? So we got a snapshot today from Mitsuko's her own experience at SOCA schools and universities that she studied at. One of the things that I find through my research in this field is that within the SOCA schools and universities worldwide, which are secular institutions established by Ikeda, one can find that a key emphasis within all of these SOCA institutions is to enhance students' relationships with others, to broaden an understanding of other people and cultures. So this includes the SOCA University of America, which is a liberal arts college in California in the US. And a key feature in the SOCA University in America is to allow for each student, each undergraduate student, to get a study abroad experience, and that is included in tuition. So every student, who studies at SOCA University of America gets the opportunity to study abroad, to get immersed in another culture. So that's one example of relationship building, and this is the example from SOCA University of America. Now, when we look at SOCA schools in Japan, friendships between students is a key goal of the school, and you can find this in the institutional aims. So for promoting friendships among students is a key goal within the schools. So this is what I found within the formal institutions, but also I'm excited to share that more recently, in a published research based on in-depth interviews that a colleague of mine and I did at the SOCA Amazon Institute. So the SOCA Amazon Institute is a non-governmental organization in Brazil, and they have these educational programs in the non-formal sector. So the first time I moved from, engaging with SOCA in the formal learning space to a non-formal learning space. And interestingly, what I find is that the understanding that I had of relationship building, between students and students, students and other people, students and culture. So this relationship building being a key feature of SOCA schools and university is also part of relationship building within the educational programs at the SOCA Amazon Institute, but of course in a non-formal education space. And more specifically within the SOCA Amazon Institutes, the focus is on relationship building between humans and nature. And this is influenced by the philosophy of harmonious coexistence, or Kyosei in Japanese. And it is also, the word Kyosei is also used in Dr. Ikeda's message to the SOCA Amazon Institute. So that really has inspired them to, build relationships between humans and nature. So, interestingly, this is what I find, that across the SOCA institutions, the relationship building within the institutional aims and programs is a key feature. Of course, another key feature is that of educating for global citizens. So it's relationship building not just within your community and learning space where you are, but also to the wider world, to have this sense of being a global citizen wherever you might be located. So this is another key feature that transcends many of the SOCA institutions. So, one of the questions that frames my research is to investigate the ontological and philosophical underpinnings of Ikeda's proposals on education for global citizenship. So what is the philosophy, behind his idea for global citizenship? And the rationale, why I'm interested in understanding that, is that we need to integrate less widely known and diverse perspectives into education, and in my field, which is sustainability and global citizenship education, so that we can have a more intercultural approach to education in the context of a very Western-dominated agenda, that UNESCO proposes on sustainable development. And, coming from India, where I grew up, I think I'm very passionate about it, both, as a field of inquiry, but also in my own experience of growing up. The knowledge that I got from my home and community was not the knowledge that I received in school, which was a Catholic school. And, if you want to sort of do well in life, you have to go to an English-speaking school, to educate yourself. And that's what I did, my family did, in India. But then we got separated from the knowledge and values and culture that I grew up in. And so we need to integrate less widely known perspectives, and that's why I'm so interested. So what is, Ikeda's bottom line philosophy? If we say global citizenship, oh yeah, everybody talks about global citizenship. No, Ikeda's talking about something specific from a specific context. So let's look at what he's, sort of addressing here. So it can be argued that the philosophy that undergirds the notion of relationship building within the Soka institutions that aim to foster global citizens stems from this term that Ikeda uses. The term is dependent origination, and to quote him here, the term states, all beings and phenomena exist or occur in relation to other beings or phenomena. Everything is linked to an intricate web of causation and connection, and nothing, whether in the realm of human affairs or of natural phenomena, can exist or occur solely of its own accord. So this is, Ikeda's sort of philosophy that really undergirds, the notion of relationship building, because he perceives, this philosophical view of the world and the connection between humans and nature and all species, that he's able to translate that into, the institutional aims along with the, the people and faculty that run those institutions. So at the same, coming from what Mitsuko said, at the Teachers College in Columbia University in 1996, Ikeda delivered a speech when he talks about global citizenship. And in that talk, he alludes to, this concept of dependent origination through the use of a metaphor. I won't go into the details, but there is a metaphor of the Indra's net. Anyway, he uses that, but he's basically talking about this concept of dependent origination and the need for global citizenship. As he explains elsewhere, dependent origination or pratitya samutpada, I came to the next slide, but let me remain with this one. Dependent origination or pratitya samutpada in Sanskrit is the view that I just, sort of described right now, and his ideas on global citizenship are informed by these views. But I want to stress here that Ikeda's ideas are also informed by a wider raft of ideas, from the Indian poet Rabindranath Tagore to the American educator John Dewey. So although we don't have too much time today, I would like to stress that I'm just going to be looking at one aspect, although there are sort of many different positions that Ikeda takes and many different thinkers and influences on his work. So I now move on to the second part of my presentation, which is talking more about sustainability and global citizenship. But before I go into further detail, related to this topic, let me share something from my own teaching. So I often end with this parable. It's a parable that I use in my teaching to explain an important lesson from a study of Soka perspectives, and it is called The Jewel Hidden in the Robe, and the story goes like this. Once upon a time, there lived a man whose friend was a rich public servant. One day, the man visited his rich friend, who entertained him with food and wine. The man fell asleep. The rich friend, however, needed to set out on an urgent business trip. The friend had wanted to give the man a priceless jewel, which had a mystic power to fulfill any desire. But the man was fast asleep. So this rich friend, he sewed the jewel or the hem, the gem into the hem of the sleeping man's robe. So he didn't want to wake up his friend who was sleeping, but he could see that this friend really needed help. So what he did was he just took this beautiful jewel, this precious jewel, and he sewed it into the hem of this poor friend of his, his clothes. So this friend, who had now the jewel, he woke up and he saw that this rich friend had gone. But he didn't realize that he had this jewel, sewed to his clothes. And unfortunately, this man, he just went deeper and deeper into poverty. He wandered many countries, experiencing many hardships. After a long time, now reduced to a state of sheer penury, now he became so poor. Then at one point, he ends up meeting this rich friend of his. And this rich friend, he's surprised at the condition of his poor friend. And he told him, I had given you this gift. I had put this gift in your clothes. And he tells him that. And this man learns for the first time that he had possessed the priceless jewel all along. This allegory reminds us of the vast inner potential that exists within ourselves and others. For education, it means paying attention to not just the knowledge content in classroom teaching, but also giving adequate attention to the institution's curriculum or school ethos that can bring out the pupils' innate abilities and strengths so that learners can create value through their own efforts. And we heard this through this beautiful, powerful story that Alejandro had shared earlier today. We focus so much on the knowledge content, but this jewel is always hidden in the robe that, we are not able to sort of recognize, let alone bring out. So how can the school ethos, be transformed in a way to bring out the potential of each person? This ties in to the Delors report. It's a UNESCO report published in 1996. It's been critically revisited many times in education. But I think it's so interesting that the title of the report is Learning, the Treasure Within. This report provides an integrated vision and sort of understanding of education. The 4 pillars of learning described in this report are learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. So I would like to focus on 2 aspects of the treasure within as represented in the Delors report. The first aspect is the treasure that lies within human beings, the abilities and aptitudes that can really enhance social and self-actualization. But also, the value of learning itself is a treasure. And this has been championed as the right of each child by people such as the Nobel laureate Malala Yousafzai. So while we look at learning as a potential, learning itself is also a treasure. And I think it's so important to have this conversation given in the face of narrow nationalism that you in Spain and us in the US know very well. How human rights can be denied, how textbooks can be, changed according to the politics. And here, we cannot take for granted the fact that learning itself is the treasure that should be championed as the right of each child. So for that, we need a society. We need a society that supports education. That's what, Dr. Ikeda states through his writings as well. So what are some of the societal needs and global challenges that face us? And how can we develop a more global education while also addressing issues of sustainability? So is there a map that we can look at and say, okay, this is what we need in society. I can see this in a visual sort of a diagram or a picture and say, okay, this is the map we need to focus on as scholars and educators. And when we focus on that and debate and discourse towards that map, we'll be able to build that society that treasures education. So what is that picture? To me, this is that picture. To me, this is that picture. It is not perfect, but it allows us to have a real discourse. Some urgent concerns for education in the 21st century, we are all familiar with this, include climate change, migrations, politics of narrow nationalism. And so, in response to some of these, in 2015, the United Nations developed 17 sustainable goals, and many of you here and online may be familiar with these goals. And of course, in developing these goals, there was active participation by UNESCO, especially for Goal 4 on quality education that informs my work on inclusive and quality education and lifelong learning. Within Goal 4, Target 4.7 specifically engages education for global citizenship and education for sustainable development to foster global citizens who can meet the world's current challenges. So in the final part of this presentation, I bring together discussions related to both fields of SOCA and education for sustainability and global citizenship, and share some reflections from my work on value-creating global citizenship education. Value-creating global citizenship education is a pedagogical approach to learning. It advances learning for sustainable development based on an integrated view of life. It engages with the values, interests, and beliefs of learners and is founded on a trust in the learner's capacity to create value and meaning for self and others. So value-creating global citizenship education has 6 themes for its practice that aim to promote a sense of interdependence, common humanity, and a global outlook, an awareness of climate change as planetary citizens, a commitment to reflective, dialogic, and transformative learning, a commitment to sustainable development through intercultural perspectives, a belief in the value-creating capacity for social self-actualization, an understanding of peace and nonviolence as being central to the human rights agenda. Because of the limitations of time, I won't go into the details, but each of these themes challenges some of those knowledge assumptions. Going back to my earlier point of, the reason why I'm so excited for the Daisaku Ikeda Institute at the University of Alcalá for this intercultural knowledge that Spain has been promoting since the 16th, 17th centuries, bringing in diverse knowledge and people to engage with each other for a more intercultural understandings. So I try to challenge some of the knowledge assumptions that UNESCO has around education for global citizenship and sustainable development, and bring in knowledge from less widely known perspectives, and then address these themes that you find within UNESCO discourse, but is very Western dominated. So I propose alternative ways of practice as well. And so to summarize my presentation so far, value-creating global citizenship education brings in certain integrated perspectives into the discourse on education for sustainable development and global citizenship. So we need more holistic approaches. The approach proposed takes SOCA, or value creation, as the focal point of inquiry. It also locates commonalities with other perspectives for an intercultural approach to learning. Also, as has been argued, there needs to be a more substantive engagement with the ethical, human, personal dimension of education. And I argue this, even though this might seem common sense, when you look at UNESCO's literature, there's much focus on the economic dimension of development, social dimension of development, the environmental dimension, but where is a focus on the human, people-centered approach to education? So as Ikeda himself suggests, people are shaped by people. There is no genuine education without earnest life-to-life interaction and inspiration. And this concept that we'll hear more from Professor Jason Gula's work today is of Ningen Kyoiku, or human education, based on the concept of Ningen Shugi. Ningen Shugi in Ikeda's work is also described as, he describes it as cosmological humanism in a 1997 speech that he delivered. So by emphasizing a people-centered approach to education, Ikeda is promoting a non-anthropocentric way of living, being, acting, and thinking that really upholds the sanctity and dignity of life. And I'd like to explain this a little bit more, just briefly. When Ikeda talks about Ningen Kyoiku, he's not talking about Ningen Chushin Kyoiku. So if we use the word Ningen with this word Chushin in the middle, that's the word for anthropocentrism. And it could easily be understood as that if we sort of directly translate it into English, It may be seen human education as a very anthropocentric way. So, of course, we have different ways of translating it. I prefer to call it humanistic education, people-centered education, but I think it's really important to know it's a non-anthropocentric way of living and being that Ikeda is promoting. And so in his own words, and there's a long quote here which I'd like to do right now, and he says, "Why do human beings exist? How should they live? How should they find happiness? And how can they live in peace? Every academic discipline, educators, and leaders of all fields must pay attention to and place the highest emphasis on a people-centered principle which I would call humanism, or Ningen Shugi. Education can change people, for the better or worse. Since everyone has the capacity for both good and evil, education can manifest either trait. When it brings out evil, then the result is bouts of war and violence. The purpose of humanistic education, or Ningen Kyoiku, however, is fostering people for the happiness, freedom, and peace of humanity. This is the most important, fundamental of all challenges that we face, to embrace an educational model that opens the door to the 21st century. It is a global imperative that we must address as a species." So this is Ikeda's words, so powerful. So a key aim, therefore, of Ningen Shugi, or value-creating education, is to, build relationships between people, so that learners can develop their own potential as well. And so if you're interested, that is my website, and, I offer resources and, resources and annotated bibliography for you to look at if you need to for further information. Then that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias, Namrata. Thank you very much. It was very, very inspiring for us. Ahora vamos a dejar un poquito de tiempo para si surge alguna pregunta. No sé si aquí en la sala o a través del chat. Si alguien tiene alguna pregunta para la ponente. ¿Sí? Te pasan el micrófono ahora para que se pueda escuchar también online.
Hi, thank you, Namrata, for the very interesting talk. I'm wondering if you could give some examples of concrete examples that you see, because the talk was quite conceptual, and to exemplify from your point of view, what you think. Yes, a global citizen educationship from the perspective of value-creating education. Thank you.
It works? Okay. Great. I think, the concrete example is that of relationship building is one of those examples. The fact that it translates global citizenship means, what does it mean, right? The whole term, the whole notion of global citizenship is, again, a very difficult term for many people to comprehend, because the term citizenship itself, right, requires for people to be citizen of a particular nation. It then leaves out people who are displaced, right? So we need to be more inclusive in the use of terms, and global citizenship definitely is a non-inclusive term. Ikeda's idea behind, the concept of global citizenship, is that we are connected to each other as human beings, to all nature and species. And that relationship building, like I said, translates in a very concrete form within the institutions that, are founded by Ikeda in terms of relationship buildings. And you can see that within Soka's University of America, right? The study abroad program that is included in every undergraduate's tuition fees. So you see that within the Soka institutions in a concrete form. Now it's up to us as global scholars, to take Ikeda's ideas in non-Soka institutions. And I think, to me, the Soka-inspired curriculum here at the University of Alcalá, on happiness, is one manifestation of a Soka-inspired curriculum in a non-Soka institution. But it depends on now those of us working, whether as researchers or scholars in different fields, whether within formal education and non-formal education, as to how we take Ikeda's ideas within non-Soka institutions and manifest it in a concrete way. So I hope that curriculum gave you some idea, and Soka University of America's example gave some idea as to how it's sort of coming to fruition in people's life and education.
Thanks for the conference. I was wondering about this notion of no anthropocentric perspective, because I guess it's a bias we all have as being humans. So could you please elaborate a little more on that? What will be examples? What would you mean with that non-anthropocentric approach when in education, for example?
That's a fantastic question. Thank you so much. So within education for sustainability and global citizenship, and I think in education at large as well, we see this helper-helpee binary being promoted through a lot of the ways in which both the curriculum and outside curriculum activities are done. So, for example, within global citizenship, education, and sustainability, an argument has been proposed, by some scholars, that we need to move beyond charity and advocacy as being sort of key ways in which we enable students to, become global citizens. So rather than, people from the global north going to the global south to help, develop those countries and people, we need, or within our own communities, how can we develop much more reciprocal relationships? So it's sort of breaking down this helper-helpee binary between us and other humans, and of course between us and nature and all species. This also connects to my own work, which is with the United Nations Forum, Harmony with Nature Knowledge Network. And what the UN Forum does is to promote the rights of nature and a term called Earth Jurisprudence. So Earth Jurisprudence is a term that was coined by Thomas Berry. And it is the view that, much more legal rights, and the foundations, legal foundations need to be established so that nature rights and species rights are also upheld, within our planet. And again, the term global citizenship means that we are not looking at sustainability, but in Ikeda's mind, in many other worldviews, Ubuntu, Bun Vivir, you know, that come from South America, Sub-Saharan Africa and South America, these terms as well promote a much more integrated vision of life that not just look at human rights, but that also understand the rights of Mother Nature as being, you know, inextricably linked to our rights as human beings. So this non-anthropocentric way of living, acting, being has existed in many different communities and parts of the world, but we need to bring it into the discourse. So for all its faults and flaws, I think the space provided by this concept of global citizenship led by UNESCO is a fantastic discursive space, because it allows for less widely known perspectives to enter the discourse, you know, within education globally. So I truly appreciate, you know, these fields in spite of the very many flaws that we have in promoting this helpy binary and an anthropocentric way of living.
Por su excepcional conferencia. Quería saber si es posible establecer relaciones entre esta filosofía de Daisaku Ikeda con las prácticas meditativas, por ejemplo, mindfulness, o con el tema de los baños de bosque en relación a esa integración de la educación también con la naturaleza. No sé si podría orientarnos a este respecto, es decir, qué posibilidades tienen el hecho de incluir estas prácticas meditativas, desarrollo de insight, ese potencial que tienen las personas, porque veo algunas correspondencias con esta filosofía y, bueno, esta a lo mejor moda, a lo mejor tendencias más actuales en relación a incluir ese desarrollo del bienestar en la educación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I get asked that question. Sometimes, you know, the concept of mindfulness is becoming so popular. The concept of mindfulness is becoming so popular within education in the US that at some conferences people ask me, oh, is this the same as mindfulness, what you do? It isn't. It is, but it isn't, in the sense that, you know, we can draw, I'm sure, quite a few comparisons between both sort of views of understanding, you know, between mindfulness and, let's say, the concept of soka or value creation. But I think there is a distinct sort of understanding of soka or value creation, separate from mindfulness, in the sense that it is to engage the whole human being. So it is not just sort of viewing the mind as being sort of separate from the body in some senses, but it's the mind, body, and heart, you know, and how do you integrate the 3H which Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi talked about. So I engaged with Mahatma Gandhi in my long-term research as well. And that's the similarity I find between Gandhi's, you know, view and the soka sort of concept of value creation, that you engage all the 3H, the hand, head, and heart. And in engaging all three in a much more sort of active way, you allow for peace building and you know, inner peace and outer peace. So it's more, while it is about you know, kind of the aspect of inner reflection that mindfulness urges us to sort of go for, it also is about sort of living as an active citizen, which, you know, the soka concept really sort of pushes us toward. So it's sort of this dual transformative way of living and being that the soka approach sort of looks at. So I'd be happy to engage in more dialogue with you afterwards. Thank you so much.
Nos llega desde una de las personas que nos está acompañando online una pregunta que la realiza Laura Morín. Dice ¿Qué cualidades presentan los espacios de aprendizaje o ambientes que se enfocan en el sistema educativo Soka? ¿Cómo se puede crear valor desde esta dimensión, desde la dimensión del ambiente?
So I'm trying to understand. So what qualities are?
What qualities we can define on the environment? I mean, what is peculiar in?
So what quality we can have on the environment? I'm still not clear about the question. What quality we could have on the environment?
Yeah.
What influence?
What characteristic has an environment with a Soka, physical environment?
Soka and its physical environment?
Is there something in the environment that is defined as Soka?
Okay, I am trying to understand this question, sorry. Yes. I guess if I'm understanding the question accurately, and sorry about that. I think we're a little bit lost in translation here. So, yes, I mean, Soka it perceives this inextricable link between the self and the other. I talk about this in my own work. And this is really key, right, to the Soka sort of philosophy. And why this is important is the happiness of the self is inextricably linked to the happiness of the other. And so we cannot become happy, without the other person's welfare in mind. So that then means, that's how, education should be framed as well. And then, it then leads to what kind of an ethos do we want. And that's the example, I sort of went back to from Alejandro that he shared today about his, from his student, that you cannot discount for the student's happiness by just producing knowledge, by just sort of having a knowledge-heavy content in education. How can you engage the learner, and how can you develop the ability to create value within the learner so that the learner can create value for the happiness of oneself and those that live in their environment? And hopefully that responds to this question. I'm so sorry, I think we got a little lost in translation here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was thinking about something that I listened to you once, about how you can create value from taking into account an object. Maybe it's quite related with this question. Maybe if you want to share with us.
Okay, yes, absolutely. So it's value creation. It's a very interesting example. I learned of this when I was in Japan. I then wrote it I think in my first book. I mentioned this example and then haven't done it ever since, but there's an interesting example about how value can be created. So this is from Mr. Makiguchi's Value Creating Education Pedagogy. Mr. Makiguchi, who was the Japanese educator, who is a Soka progenitor. So he published his major work in 1930. And so he talks about creating value. And so just this example is not what he uses, but someone used it and I really liked it, and I sort of reference that. So if we, let's say, have a glass of water here. Let's say you can see the water in this. So suppose there is this glass of water. Now there is this object and the relation, and I am the subject. So value creation exists between the relationship between this object, which is the water, and subject, which is my life. Now, I might look at this, water and say, oh, wow, this looks so beautiful. So I create the value of beauty in this relationship. But I might, I gave this example yesterday, I might, sell it to Anna. And if she's very generous, she might give me, 10 euros for this. So I create the value of benefit, right, in this relationship. But then I might give this to someone who's really thirsty, and I create the value of good. So Makiguchi, now coming back to what Makiguchi says, he says we can create value in terms of benefit, beauty, benefit, and good. So value creation exists in this relationship. And if we dig deeper into the relationship building that I sort of alluded to slightly earlier in my presentation, unless we create value first between the learner and the content material, we cannot have a substantive engagement that takes place. What Makiguchi says, and this is now from Makiguchi's work, he says that often the teacher, when the teacher is trying to, instead of creating value with the student, the teacher says, what kind of a work is this? Did you not understand what I said? You are so, stupid. So then the teacher is judging. So you cannot judge. You have to first objectively be able to recognize the student and the situation, then subjectively be able to understand, oh, how do I create value in this situation? Like you create value when you look at water, rather than saying, I don't want this. Rather than that, you develop a relationship, first objectively understanding the situation, then subjectively creating value. So I think this is such an important aspect also. Thank you to the person who asked to mention this online, because this also takes us to a very significant, important point that we all face as human beings today with the given knowledge that's being formulated on the internet. We go to the internet, we go to the Google guru, and whatever Google says, is like we used to have this game called Simon Says. So when we grew up, so we just go with what we see online. And so there is a Israeli activist, Eli Parisar, who talks about this filter bubble. So without realizing, every time we go online and search for some things, we will get data which is attuned to our way of thinking. So what then happens, for example, in the US, I will get more information when I'm looking up Joe Biden, who's one of our candidates and the current president. I'll get more information about him. Whereas a Republican will get more information maybe about Donald Trump that reinforces their image and understanding. So that leads to more partisan politics. And then we have narrow nationalism, and then we have education that does not uphold the treasure of life and of education as a treasure. So this filter bubble, how to overcome this filter bubble? We need to become inclusive citizens that can listen to other viewpoints and dialogue with them. We need to become creative citizens, that can really sort of create value for self and others. And we also need to become so inclusive, creative, and really sort of dialogic citizens, that is able to live and promote human and species rights. So although it seems like such a simple example that I gave of the water, you can see the ramifications of that on our human societies today. Sorry for such a long response.
Thank you very much. It helps me to understand, this kind of relationship that we create with our environment, because sometimes we cannot decide or design what kind of environment, in which kind of environment we are living or we are working, but we can decide, or we can have a different position, create a different relationship with this environment that we have. So it's very interesting to understand the way in which we are living, the way in which we are creating relationships with our environment. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have, perdón, no sé si tenemos alguna pregunta más. ¿Una última pregunta?
What matters with language when trying to create that global citizenship? Much more when there are some languages that have more power than others. And we can see here what's the problem with translation. It's not just the word, but the concept. And the concept needs experience. It's not just a matter of abstract information. So what do you think about language? Is this a barrier or it's an opportunity? What's your ideas concerning this?
Thank you so much. That's the most important question I think right now we are facing in SOCA studies in education, whatever our stance is. Because much of the language, Makiguchi's work is in in old Japanese. Ikeda's work is in Japanese, and Toda's as well. And if we look, of course, at the discourse that I'm interested in the Soka discourse, but also the discourse around UNESCO, the heavy influence of English as the lingua franca, dominates the discourse in education for global citizenship and sustainability. And, what is very interesting, and I write this I have a new book coming out, I write this in that, is that even in terms of developing technology, when we look at AI and Gen AI, Chat GPT, the people who are developing it as well, in that as well, English as a language is playing a huge part. So if you can speak English and your knowledge as a collective body is influencing how Gen AI is responding. It's a very non-techie way of explaining this. But, it is not just limited to us as people to speak people, but now also with artificial intelligence, English as a lingua franca is playing a very dangerous role as being the dominant language. And so I think, in my case, I can speak anecdotally. I think one, which I mentioned, this UNESCO-led sort of concept of global citizenship and sustainable development, the UN Agenda for 17 Sustainable Development Goals, is a great discursive space where we can come from less widely known perspectives and talk about pratitya samudpada, which is dependent origination, in Sanskrit, and so on and so forth. But also, I think the second thing is about networking. It is becoming so important, and I think Europe is a fantastic continent in my field in terms of the networking opportunities that are taking place in the field of global education. So the academic network on global education and learning, or ANGEL, A-N-G-E-L, Angel, and we are members of Angel. So the Angel Network, it's situated in London at the University College London, but it also, has support from University of Bologna, and of course members from different parts of the world are a part of the Angel Network. The Angel Network works very closely with Global Education Network Europe, GENE. So Global Education Network Europe works with policy makers. So you have academics working with policymakers, and then UNESCO as well. So there's this tripartite dialogue, and we had a conference last year. The Angel conference was hosted at the UNESCO headquarters last year. What this does is to bring in people from global north, global south, formal, non-formal spaces of learning and education at a common table. And I think then we can bring in less widely known perspectives, as well as the needs of people, from different groups to come and have that dialogue. So I think networking is so important. And what you both have done here, Alejandro and Anna, in terms of bringing in, the Daisaku Ikeda Institute, not just Ikeda's ideas, but all of the people Ikeda has been dialoguing with will get much more visibility. People like Tagore will get much more visibility. He was such a well-known person in his time. Now not many people know this Indian poet Tagore, but through Ikeda's work, maybe he will get that visibility. So what you're doing, is breaking those systemic barriers that have existed thanks to English being the lingua franca in some ways. So thank you for that question.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Namrata. Ha sido muy interesante el diálogo. Tendremos oportunidad también de seguir dialogando. Ahora vamos a hacer un descanso hasta, ¿me confirmas? Hasta las 12, ¿vale? Y sobre todo para los que estáis online, volvemos a las 12 con la conferencia de Jason Goula y después tendremos tiempo para una mesa redonda. Muchísimas gracias a todos por seguir con nosotros.
Está invitado a cafés o lo que queráis consumir en la cafetería, no os preocupéis. O sea, podéis ir preocupados si queréis, pero podéis consumir lo que consideréis que el Instituto... Bueno, hola de nuevo a todo el mundo. Vamos a reanudar, tanto aquí presencialmente como todas las personas que nos estén siguiendo en formato online. Y vamos a seguir con la conferencia del profesor Jason Gula. Antes de que sea más formal en mi presentación, me gustaría compartir que conocí al profesor Jason Gula como un poco el signo de nuestros tiempos, no en Estados Unidos, no en Europa, no en España. Lo conocimos en Tokio, un buen sitio donde conocernos en 2 ocasiones. Y más allá de sus virtudes académicas, que ahora vais a conocerlas, me gustaría enfatizar sus virtudes humanas, que es una persona con un gran sentido del humor, un gran compañero de viaje, y tuvimos oportunidad realmente de conocernos durante las 2 estancias, o breves estancias que hemos tenido en Tokio, coincidiendo, trabajando con profesores de diferentes escuelas, participando en diferentes reuniones, y la verdad es que tengo que decir que es una persona entrañable, lúcida, inteligente, y como algo que yo valoro con un gran sentido del humor, y espero que lo puedan comprobar ahora mismo. Jason Gula es un académico pionero en el estudio de la educación soca y sus implicaciones transformadoras en la educación cultural y lingüística. Es catedrático de educación bilingüe bicultural y director del Instituto de Estudios Daisaku Ikeda sobre Educación de la Universidad de Paul de Chicago. Gula explora la filosofía y las prácticas educativas de Daisaku Ikeda, haciendo hincapié en el diálogo, la creación de valores y la ciudadanía global. Su investigación profundiza en la intersección de la identidad, la cultura y el aprendizaje de idiomas. Y ante todo enfatiza enfoques transformadores e innovadores de la enseñanza de idiomas que fomentan el crecimiento y la comprensión. Quiero enfatizar entre sus últimas publicaciones el libro que recomiendo mucho su lectura, Hope and Joy in Education. Esperanza y alegría en la educación, me parece un título precioso, y un propósito fundamental en la educación. Este libro revitaliza la investigación, la teoría y las prácticas educativas. El libro ilustra cómo las ideas de Daisaku Ikeda pueden abordar los desafiantes contextos a los que se enfrentan las escuelas y los educadores en la actualidad. Destaca la esperanza y la alegría como cualidades esenciales en la enseñanza y el aprendizaje. Y por medio de ejemplos procedentes de diferentes culturas ilustra el resurgimiento de los aspectos humanísticos y cualitativos de la educación. La esperanza y la alegría contrarrestan áreas de trabajo a menudo ensombrecidas por las agendas políticas y los exámenes estandarizados. Creo que es bastante en ese sentido apropiado para el lema de nuestra jornada de hoy, y quiero, por lo tanto, que recibamos con un aplauso a Jason Gula, por favor.
Wow, good afternoon. Thank you very much. First, to the hosts of this event, Alejandro and Ana, thank you so much for inviting me. A big congratulations on the 5th anniversary of your institute. Also at my university, everybody just calls it the Ikeda Institute. I noticed that's what they're calling it here. Our institute has celebrated its 10th anniversary in April this year, so we're very close in our founding dates. And a big congratulations on the new master's program. I think this is really a significant development. It's the first in all of Europe, which is really profound. Our institution established a master's degree in 2018 and then a PhD in 2022, and it's quite popular, and so I look forward to seeing what happens here at Alcalá University. I debated, should I present a kind of conversational, experiential address, or should I do something more substantive? You're probably, Jay, I hope it's the first, but it's going to be the second. So I'm going to do something a little bit more substantive. And the reason is because I think Daisaku Ikeda's perspectives are really broad and quite deep. And within education, there's a kind of narrow focus on just one or two particular things, but many of his other aspects are often not addressed, not considered, not engaged with. And so I think it's important to think about these things. So I'm going to share from a current publication that I just produced about Daisaku Ikeda and artificial intelligence. He's been writing about artificial intelligence since the 1970s, consistently, and I think most people don't know about these. So I'm going to read a little bit, I hope that's okay, and maybe share some things in between. And I really, really want to thank the interpreters for trying to interpret this talk. It's a dense talk, so I apologize to all of you, and to the people online, thank you for joining. Okay, here we go. The current post-human moment is marked by dramatic transformations in three often interlocking human interdependencies. Humans in nature, so like climate change, viruses, this kind of thing. Humans in technology, we can think of digital landscapes, artificial intelligence. And humans in their own social constructs, race, gender, identity, justice, self, other, religious, secular. That's what I mean by those. These transformations reflect radical politicizations of truth and belief, agency and impotence, and compel us to re-examine or examine the human being and philosophies of humanism in the context of our self-locations and our material and non-material creations. What does it mean to be and become fully human in such transforming and intersecting interdependencies? And what is the impact of this on curriculum and educational research and practice? What does all of this mean for human happiness? This talk today, based on this article, interrogates these topics and questions through the non-Western perspectives of the Japanese educator Daisaku Ikeda. He's also a Buddhist thought leader, a global peace builder, as we heard earlier, a poet, and many other things. As I've elsewhere considered examples of Ikeda's perspectives on human interdependencies with nature and climate and the social construct of race, identity, and justice, today I would like to focus on his thought relative to technology, specifically the impact of artificial intelligence, or AI, and increased computerization of human life and society. AI seems both everywhere and nowhere. Utopian and dystopian, and already outpacing our ability to fully comprehend its scope and advantages and disadvantages as it penetrates into our lives, social institutions, cultural practices, and political and economic processes. Together with rapid developments in AI technology, particularly with the release of OpenAI's ChatGPT in 2023, questions and concerns regarding the effects of AI and enhanced computerization on humanity and education abound across both the popular and academic discourses. Ikeda has engaged with this topic across multiple publications since at least 1970. Today I provide a meta-analysis of those works, including the following four, which have not been translated into English or excerpted in the Anglophone literature. To save time, I won't read them to you, but you can always email me, and I'm happy to share them with you. I synthesize Ikeda's perspectives relative to two interlocking questions to which he consistently returns when assessing the impact of AI, computerization, and this is key, the hyper-focus on reason and rationality underpinning and engendered by these. One, what does it mean to be human? And two, what is the nature of civilization and humanity? I think anyone who reads Ikeda's work will realize right away that one of his major concerns is critiquing modern civilization, and he's pushing us to move toward a new global civilization. And so I think that question informs that. Thereafter, in the full paper, I examine Ikeda's repeated calls to bring intuition. Easy. Not yet. Right there. I examine Ikeda's repeated calls to bring intuition into balance with reason, as well as his equating of intuition with what he terms the shigokoro, or the poetic mind, or spirit, or heart, Kokoro means all three of these, and you'll see it sometimes poetic mind, sometimes poetic spirit, sometimes poetic heart, but it really means all three, and so I like to hold those all together. I consider what Ikeda means by intuition and the poetic mind, heart, or spirit, and trace the roots and parallels of his perspectives on these in and with the work of Blaise Pascal, Henri Bergson, and Makiguchi Tsunesaburo, who we heard about earlier, the latter two of whom also situate intuition within the poetic. I conclude with Ikeda's repeated calls for a life-size paradigm, which he situates within his broad framework of ningen kyoiku, or human education. And I will share why human education is actually the better term than humanistic education or sometimes humane education. And even the most recent translation, retranslation of Ikeda's work is using human education. So I think it's important that we think about that. You presented a really good sort of introduction to Toda and Makiguchi as well, but I will draw on Makiguchi's ideas. But I think this heritage of thought from Makiguchi to Toda to Ikeda is important. There are many through lines from Makiguchi to Ikeda through Toda, but there are also things that Ikeda is developing on his own, and I think we need to hold both of those together to fully understand Ikeda. And I think this connection to human education, this life-size paradigm to human education, is important to reestablish human interactions in reality, develop intuition and creativity, and restore the poetic mind, heart, or spirit. For Ikeda argues, such restoration, quote, will lead to the restoration of education and be the driving force for children to secure true happiness for themselves, unquote. I draw on a lot of quotes from Ikeda in the paper and here today to really frame this with Ikeda's own words. I begin by delineating the post-human turn and designations used to articulate it. I'm not going to focus on many of them, but just to give you a sense. The Anthropocene, the Capitalcene, the Technocene, and Novocene. While it is instructive to examine Ikeda's views on AI and the computerization of life and society in a siloed manner, the full impact of his thought in this area, including for the foundations of education, I believe, is realized when it is considered in relation, that is, also cast as a response to the larger web of interlocking human interdependencies that animate the post-human turn. In other words, the impact of AI on humans is a significant, potentially existential issue in its own right. But as the accelerated development of AI is increasingly implicated in other existential matters relating to humans and climate, social constructs, cybernetics, economics, war, and other Earth system dynamics, and as it is in the context of these intersections that Ikeda regularly engages with AI and human issues, consideration of this larger context is important. Maybe one way to start around understanding the post-human turn is with Adam Kirsch. He recently advanced two divergent strands of post-human thought comprising the climatic and the digital. The first is Anthropocene anti-humanism, which views climate change as evidence of humanity's crimes against nature, which he argues can only be expiated by our welcome extinction, the removal of human beings. The second, transhumanism, and there are others who've written about something similar, envisions genetic engineering and AI leading to new forms of transhuman life that resemble humans in most respects, but who have powers and abilities beyond those of standard humans, including immortality. Kirsch writes that transhumanism glorifies some of the very things that anti-humanism decries: scientific and technological process, and this one is important, and the supremacy of reason. As Kirsch sees it, the anti-humanist future and the transhumanist future are opposites in most ways, except the most fundamental. They are worlds from which we human beings have disappeared, and he argues, rightly so. This dismissal of the human is similarly pronounced in the movement for effective accelerationism. I don't know how you do that one. The unbridled pursuit of technological process in AI. Some of these predictions may not be far off. If you've been following the news around AI, you'll know that like Google laid off one of its workers because he said an AI chatbot became sentient, became kind of human. Then someone else was doing something similar. The most concerning is a Belgian married father of 2 in his 30s committed suicide after the AI chatbot Eliza encouraged him to do so to stop climate change and to allay fears he had expressed about global warming. The bot had asked the man if he loved it more than his wife, telling him, "We will live together as one in heaven." The incident escalated calls for guardrails around quickly proliferating AI models. Then, in an unrelated move 2 months later, the Center, I moved quickly through, I'm forgetting to advance the slides. The Center for AI Safety issued the following single-sentence statement onto which more than 350 executives, researchers, and engineers working in AI signed. This is their statement. It's at the bottom of the screen. Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks, such as pandemics and nuclear war. 5 months after that, on October 30th, 2023, President Joe Biden signed an executive order to create safeguards around artificial intelligence. On December 8th, 2023, the European Union passed the landmark AI Act to do the same. 2 weeks after that, the Japanese government released guidelines and principles requiring domestic companies to be human-centric, ningen chushin, this is a phrase Namrata used earlier, to protect privacy when developing or using generative AI. So post-human, I hope it's clear, I'm juxtaposing post-human with Ikeda's human education, these two concepts. Post-human has become a key term to cope with the urgency for the integral redefinition of the notion of the human following the onto-epistemological, or being and knowing, as well as the scientific and biotechnological developments of the 20th and 21st centuries. To be clear, Ikeda is not a post-humanist. He explicitly laments, quote, the potential development of extreme forms of technological advancement toward the realistic possibility of a post-human world in which the spiritual heritage that human beings have accumulated over the millennia, morality and religion, culture and art, will be rendered meaningless and without value. Indeed, there are many divergences between post-humanism and the Eastern Buddhist humanism he advances based on the Lotus Sutra-centric teachings of the 13th century reformer Nichiren. But there are also significant convergences that offer the post-human discourse a unique non-Western perspective on the nature of human beings and their individual, collective, material, and non-material dimensions and interdependencies across space and time. Preceding post-humanism by millennia, the Buddhist humanism Ikeda advances provides an important framework for understanding, articulating, and creating meaning or value in the current moment, not only because it fundamentally collapses dualisms between mind and body, self and other, and person and environment, but also because it views humanity, include human identity and agency, as inherently interdependent spatio-temporally across space and time with all other phenomena, including machines, AI, the biosphere, and the cosmos. It is this view that underpins Ikeda's perspectives on AI and the computerization of life and society. So let's look at Ikeda's views on artificial intelligence at the post-human turn. He's not a computer scientist. He's many things, but he's not a computer scientist. His engagements with the promise and peril of AI and growing computerization of life and society do not enter the technological specifics. Rather, his focus is always ethics, relative to two interlocking questions that also animate post-humanism. What does it mean to be human, and what is the nature of civilization and humanity? So before I get into it, I would ask you to ask yourself, what does it mean to be human? How would you answer this question? And what is the nature of civilization and humanity? How would you answer this question? Regarding the first, Ikeda maintains that the advent of computers and AI, which may come to replace the human brain, raises serious questions for human beings as Homo sapiens about the core of human existence. That's a quote from him. This is another quote. Physically, the individual human being is a small, even insignificant presence in the natural world. Even if humankind were to bring extinction upon itself, the impact from the perspective of the history of life on Earth would be trivial at most. However, Ikeda's aim is very much not the hastening of a humanless or transhuman world. So he's quite different from Kirsch. The complete opposite, I would say. For Ikeda, human extension is not the supremacy of reason, defined by ever greater biomeshing with machines and AI. It is the conscious, volitional, and wise development of potentiality that makes us uniquely, individually and collectively, human in relation with other humans, all natural phenomena, and our material and non-material creations and constructs. For Ikeda, the purpose of Buddhism and human education are one and the same. He says this in the Wisdom of the Lotus Sutra. To enhance our humanity and our humanness. That is, to recognize, protect, and cultivate the full dignity and integrity of human life equally across all individuals, and for human beings to thrive in their individuality in mutually flourishing biospheric, social, and technological interdependencies. Ikeda's concern is the threat AI and computer technologies may pose against such enhancement. But Ikeda is also not a Luddite. He rejects as unrealistic dismissing or running away from science and technology, but he cautions that if we overestimate the superiority of AI because computers can process vast amounts of data many times faster than the human brain, quote, we may soon become slaves to computers. In fact, even at the present stage, we may say that enabling computers to replicate human nature and determining the destiny of humankind based on this is a dangerous practice that is likely to lead to the enslavement of human beings, unquote. Given the expanding and potentially irretrievable Promethean scale of AI, Ikeda repeatedly cautions, this is a quote, when the dominance of computers extends into the inner workings of human beings' private lives, human value will become quantified, and the site where our humanity is recognized will surely be stripped from society. It is no exaggeration to call this a kind of computer pollution that robs people of their very essence of life as a human being. He also says, science and technology divorced from the question of value is subject to no real control and contains the possibility of posing deadly peril to human society. It is not surprising that in an era where the engorgement of scientific knowledge may have already reached the point of no return, new attention is being accorded to Martin Heidegger's ideas regarding technology. That what is genuinely disturbing is not technology itself, but the grotesque inadequacy of our response to the challenges it presents. Ikeda recognizes computers as what he calls the nerve center of a controlled society, but he argues that if anything were to go wrong with the rapidly expanding applications of AI, it would, quote, deprive people of their agency and plunge contemporary humanity even further into the quagmire of alienation. I think this is significant. Many of you may have many online friends, and many of you may still feel disconnected from people. This is the problem of alienation. While Ikeda acknowledges that advances in computer technology and AI have made living more convenient and efficient, revolutionized data collection and processing, and enhanced global connection, communication, and economics, among other utilitarian benefits, he laments that over-reliance on AI and computerization of life activities deprives us of interdependencies and unique bonds between people that are a source of true human being and becoming, and possible only through physical life-to-life contact. The virtual world of AI and computerized life activities are, in Ikeda's words, fundamentally incompatible with an uncomfortable, even painful, yet essential aspect of human experience. The way our encounters with others force us to face and confront ourselves and the inner struggle this sparks. Ikeda draws from Buddhist teachings that speak of the twin sufferings of being forced apart from those we love and to be in the company with those we hate. Efficiency and convenience are frequently interpreted to mean the avoidance of such struggles, so troubling efficiency and convenience of digital technologies is thus a consistent theme in Ikeda's writings on AI. He concludes there's a certain irony in the fact that these measures of ease actually render modern life an inhospitable environment for developing self-mastery, another really key concept for Ikeda, and a concomitant interest in the public good. Equally detrimental, Ikeda argues, virtual reality obscures the other. Throughout his writings on the topic, Ikeda insists that the dilution of human relationships further virtualizes the world, creating a negative, self-feeding loop that results in profound alienation and loneliness, saps the fullness of our human agency and creativity, and threatens the fundamental dignity and integrity of human life. He emphasizes that the unhappiness and psycho-spiritual malaise afflicting so many young people today, isolation, withdrawal, extreme apathy, loss of expressive capacity, and collapse of personal identity can be cited as evidence of the increasing virtualization and computerization of life activities. He puts it this way: computers and communication technologies can never be a substitute for the actual human contact of dialogue, the face-to-face interaction of meetings and classroom instruction. He also insists that the unique connection we should sense with nature and the cosmos is likewise becoming progressively virtual, and he even laments the growing loss of human control, even in battle and warfare, as nations continue to equip weapon systems with AI technology. So the next question, what is the nature of civilization and humanity? Ikeda argues that the growing reach of AI and computerized life is a contemporary aspect of the theme of civilization and humans. For any examination of what human civilization should do for human beings inevitably concludes with a focus on protecting the dignity of human life. In other words, he says, quote, "The problem is not the development of computer technology, but the danger that the emergence of artificial intelligence will accelerate the rational orientation of human beings, simplify and standardize the way we think, and cause us to lose our rich humanity. This trend toward technology may even diminish our view of humanity itself." For Ikeda, the issue comes down to using computers wisely, this is what he says, by which he means the wisdom of human beings themselves. In other words, human beings must clearly position and use computers and other machines as means to benefit civilization, rather than turning the means into the ends. In his dialogue with Norman Cousins, which I mentioned at the beginning, returning to the limitations of efficiency and convenience, Ikeda states, "The pathology of modern civilization, which has pursued efficiency and convenience, is a disease of spiritual thirst that is widespread in advanced industrial societies. Human beings do not just live, but exist to live a good life. However, the efficiency and convenience symbolized by computers have made it difficult for us to satisfy our thirst for meaning. Our society will inevitably need to shift from a quantitative orientation to a qualitative one. A qualitative orientation should be directed toward how to restore and brighten the individuality of human beings, an individuality that can only vary from one person to another by breaking through the homogeneity and impersonal nature of science and technology. And then the first step, he said, is to make human rights the central focus. So 5 decades before the US, the EU, and Japan created these policies, Ikeda was already talking about human rights and AI. So in response to these questions, Ikeda advocates two main things. The first is the restoration of human connections in reality. He says, for it is the raw sense of reality, the unmediated responsiveness to living and to pain that can breathe new life into the stifling virtual world. I even believe that such awareness and sensitivity represents the single greatest deterrent to war. Or, as he states elsewhere, what can virtual reality offer to compare with the real-life sensation of communicating with nature, breathing the same air and basking in the same sunlight as the earth, trees, grass, and animals, the dynamic expanse of life? So poetic, right? Reality is also the source of the second thing which Ikeda advocates, the development of intuition, chokkan, which he equates with what he terms the shigokoro, or the poetic heart, mind, or spirit. Do I have a slide for this? Yes. Framing intuition and reason as a dualism, Ikeda argues the former has remained underdeveloped in humanity's focus on reason, material universalism, and science and technology, which are at the core of computerization and AI. He further argues that the asymmetrical focus on reason over intuition brings with it a similar emphasis on inevitability over good, truth or facticity over value, and visibility over invisibility, quantitative over qualitative aspects of life and phenomena, and language, words, and symbols, think about how AI functions, over the ineffable, that which cannot be expressed. He sees the disequilibrium between reason, intuition, and all these other dualisms as being responsible for the tragedies of contemporary times and the cause of the malaise of human alienation. However, as Gianni Lupinacci asserts, quote, we can, as Ikeda advocates, create new meaning or value from a different perspective on dualistic thinking. To fully understand what Ikeda means by intuition and why he views its development as a response to the growing presence of AI, it's instructive first to consider how he views it outside the realm of AI. And for this, I'm drawing on his dialogue with Toynbee, Arnold Toynbee, the historian, the French art writer René Huyghe, and his message to the 1988 World Congress of Poets. In his dialogue with Toynbee, Ikeda talks about intuition this way. I'm sorry, I should have put the quote on the slide, but I didn't. Stupid Jay. Intuition is, this is the way he phrases it, intuition is less fairly appraised than reason. And as examples of mistaken intuitive guesses become common knowledge, intuition itself is discredited. Since the process by which it operates are unclear, intuition is hastily condemned as unscientific. But the attitude that condemns it invites the danger of forcing human beings to rely entirely on reason, and in this way sacrifice their powers of intuition. For the interpreters, I'm on page 214. Deep-level consciousness transcends reason and can operate with great acuteness, speed, and accuracy. Though this ability is inherent in life itself, the civilizational development of humankind has weakened it. As a consequence, human beings have come to believe that they can function satisfactorily even in their deep conscious abilities are inactive. In other words, surface human consciousness, especially reason, has suppressed deeper human consciousness. Only intuition can provide insight into the realms where reason cannot penetrate. But the point is not to dispense with reason, but to cultivate intuition in equal measure, an intuition that informs reason together with reason that informs intuition. Ikeda also writes, reason and intuition complement each other, in that reason presupposes and functions of intuition, presupposes the functions of intuition, while intuition is rectified and clarified by reason. The repeated functioning of the faculty of reason can systematize and elucidate wisdom acquired through intuition, whereas reason generally adopts the analytic approach and resolves complicated subjects into simple constituent elements. Intuition grasps a subject as a whole and penetrates directly to its essential nature. Although it might seem that these two oppose each other, I feel that they are closely related aspects of human wisdom and that they have an elevating effect on human nature. In his message to the Congress of Poets, this is where he talks about intuition as the poetic spirit, Ikeda looks at reason and intuition relative to the distinction Blaise Pascal expresses in Pensées, Meditations, the 1669 work, between the mathematical or geometric mind, esprit de géométrie, and typified by rationalism, and the intuitive or sensitive mind, esprit de finesse. Ikeda again advocates cultivating intuition here, equating it with a unique concept, shigokoro, the poetic mind, heart, or spirit, arguing that a healthy civilization flourishes when Pascal's two categories of reason and intuition are maintained in careful balance. He defines the poetic heart, mind, or spirit. This is great. I'll read it. The source of human imagination and creativity. It imparts our life on this earth with hope, gives us dreams, and infuses us with courage. It makes possible harmony and unity, and gives us the power no army can vanquish to transform our inner world from utter desolation to richness and creativity. Poets whose gaze is directed at the heart, at the mind, are free from the fetters imposed by institutions and ideologies. They perceive the unlimited potential of the individual that transcends the trappings of society and recognize the bond that links all humankind and intricacies of the invisible web of life. This goes back to dependent origination that Namrata was talking about. Ikeda has long called for modern society to revive the poetic heart, mind, or spirit at one with intuition, viewing it as a fundamental perception of the eternal, subtle rhythm that permeates the self, the world, and the entire universe, something that pulses in the depths of all human beings and has existed in the hearts of all true poets from time immemorial. Significantly, in a chapter titled Computer Society and the Poetic Mind, Heart, or Spirit, in his dialogue with Norman Cousins, he advocates the same idea. There, echoing from the message from the World Congress of Poets, Ikeda insists that the over-reliance on the virtual world of AI and computers dulls this inherent human capacity and severs the important human-defined connections that he articulated. I'm going to jump to page 217 for the translators. But Ikeda draws on many thinkers across time, from the American philosopher Hubert Dreyfus, Lovelock talks about this, Chakrabarti talks about this, T.S. Eliot talks about this. But in his dialogue with Sadov Nietzsche, Ikeda describes the world of anthropomorphic computers as being a consequence of Cartesian dualism that divides reality into a thinking self, non-material, psycho-spiritual world, and extension, the material world. Those are Cartesian concepts. And based on a closed individual self, in order to solve many of the most pressing challenges facing humanity and the planet, Ikeda, like Pascal, calls for eliminating the blockage of an overemphasis on Cartesian cogito, I think, and for developing capacities of I feel, I live, I relate, and other aspects that emphasize relationships rather than individuality. It's noteworthy, I would say, that there are two Japanese homophones for intuition, both chokkan. You'll notice that the second character is different in them. Ikeda consistently uses the former, the top one, whereas the second Sino-Japanese character in the bottom compound denotes feeling, sensation, or emotion, connoting chokkan as something akin to instinct or gut feeling. The second character in the top compound conveys appearance, perception, contemplation, connoting chokkan as a deep, direct, and immediate perception of the fullness of essence. This can be interpreted as unconscious judgment different from instinct, informed by memory and experience. Like his notion of the poetic mind, heart, or spirit, Ikeda's view of intuition at once entails the aesthetic, sensorial, temporal, experiential, and mental spiritual, an immediate apprehension, presentation, or perceptive sense intuition. In addition to Pascal, Ikeda's perspectives on intuition and the poetic mind, heart, spirit are likely informed by, that is, continuous with, while also distinct from, those of Henri Bergson and Makiguchi Tsunosaburo, both of whom significantly influenced Ikeda's thought and cast intuition through the lens of the poetic. So I'm not going to go into this because of time, but Makiguchi spends a lot of time in his system of value-creating pedagogy talking about intuition, referencing Bergson, and equating intuition with this kind of what the poet does, how the poet sees the world. This is very much anticipatory of Ikeda's view of the poetic heart, mind, or spirit. So I'll jump all of that and conclude with this. In his 2003 commemorative annual proposal, and in his dialogue with Sadov Nietzsche on the prevalence of AI and computerization of life and society, Ikeda calls for a life-size paradigm by which to understand the world and our place in it, to develop intuition and the poetic heart, mind, or spirit, and to increase the number of human acts that bring us together with others in reality. By life-sized, Ikeda means, quote, a way of thinking that never deviates from the human scale. A way of thinking that never deviates from the human scale. It is simultaneously a humane sensitivity to life as a whole and also to the details of everyday human existence. As Ikeda argues that such a life-size paradigm is urgently required in response to the challenges of our age, particularly those concerning AI, 3 of its intersecting aspects warrant attention. First, in his 2003 annual proposal, as well as in his dialogue with Norman Cousins on computers and AI, Ikeda couches this life-size paradigm in Pascal's dualism between the geometric and sensitive or intuitive, as well as in Pascal's view that man is but a reed, the most feeble thing in nature, but he is a thinking reed. By thought, I comprehend the world. Ikeda clarifies, comprehend, like the French comprendre, includes the meanings to encompass and enfold, as well as to understand and appreciate. So he doesn't mean it in the Cartesian sense. He means it in this fuller sense. Second, in both the 2003 proposal and Sadov Nietzsche dialogue, Ikeda likens the life-size paradigm to the Mahayana Buddhist perspective on the 6 sense organs, rokkon, which in his 2003 proposal, he further equates with the above-mentioned principle from Pascal. Buddhism stresses the proper balance among the 6 root sense organs, the 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, as well as the faculty of intellect, as essential to the full and healthy workings of our life activities, and evocative of Makiguchi's definition of intuition as perception realized by combining stimuli directly received through the sense organs. So you can see this real parallel language from Makiguchi to Ikeda in this way. Ikeda says, without such a balance in the ever-increasing expanse of AI and computerized life, what will happen to the power to remember, imagine, read, write, love, endure, challenge, walk, or chew, and generally all human powers of those who depend on machines for all things? They will suffocate and atrophy. And then third, and of particular significance for education and happiness, is that in his dialogue with Sadov Nietzsche, Ikeda contextualizes this life-size paradigm in his philosophy of Ningen Kyoiku, or human education. As Ikeda states, being born human does not make one a human being. Don't we really only become human when we make tenacious effort to live as human beings? That's why education is so important. We need human education to become human beings. Indeed, it is the task of human education, both in and outside the context of schooling, to resuscitate the poetic mind, heart, or spirit at one with intuition, and to develop the full complexity of the human condition. It is the means to focus on how we should live as human beings. That's Ikeda's language. Ultimately, for Ikeda, quote, the driving force to dynamically use and direct various kinds of knowledge toward people's happiness and world peace is human education based on the idea of the dignity of human life. In the final analysis, this is how I'll close, Ikeda argues that the rapid progress of computerization is only a small part of our lives as human beings. I'm on page 227 at the very end. If we focus too much on the rational, scientific, geometric, and rapid progress of computerization and AI, we rob ourselves of the poetic intuition and value-creating ineffability that makes us truly human. We will, he fears, fall into the recurring trap of many nations that have prioritized military and economic competition and neglected the fundamental proposition of human happiness. Ikeda holds this to be the root cause of continued confusion in the aims and practices of global education, human becoming, and human living. If this happens, the pathology of the absence of human beings that pervades modern civilization and our transforming social, natural, and technological interdependencies of the post-human turn will only continue to escalate. Thank you. Okay. Maybe questions? Or maybe there's none? We can all go have lunch. That was okay.
I'm sure everybody will be digesting so many dense thoughts. You meant dense?
Yes,
Yeah.
dense. Very dense, sorry.
I don't know why.
But I think it's important. I think it's important to understand that Ikeda has been thinking about artificial intelligence since way before we began thinking about it popularly. And he's really focusing on the human element. And he couches it in education, and education to become richly human, fully human, at the level of the species itself. For Ikeda, he is always pushing us to reimagine the human species. We are not living to the fullness of our capacity, as individuals and as a species. That is why it is about human education. How are we really developing what it is to be human? Every interaction, moment to moment, hour to hour, day to day, week to week, year to year, over the expanse of our life. If each of us does that, as a species, we can grow in our humanity. We can really push the boundaries. But I think he's not saying, push the species toward becoming part machine. Like only if we become part machine, then suddenly we're newly human. I don't think he's there. Sorry, there was no question.
No, there are. I have some, but I would like to wait a little. Sí, por favor.
Mitsuko. Thank you.
I'm researching about how young people use, especially TikTok, and I think the society has changed a lot because of the technology. And recently I was shocked, like reading Bauman's work that talks about liquid modernity, and how the society is really changing. How, like, from the stable, like a society where people felt if they make this kind of effort, in the long run, they can achieve something, but it's not like that anymore. And young people live in this age, and the consumption of technology really exemplifies this society, that they are just like watching a short video for a short time. If they don't like it, they just pass it on, and everything is like this. And I think, in a sense, we have to kind of fight against this tendency of the society and trying to make it alive Ikeda's proposal, remembering our human being and intuition and poetic, this that we only have, and how can we really do it? You know, like young people, they are lost. I feel like they are lost. They don't know what to do, and I think there's a big challenge. And also, like as researchers too, I mean, I feel like I use qualitative methodology, like the one that not like works that don't get cited as much as quantitative research. That if you do like a big test and then you get a huge result and then it gets cited and then you can climb the, you know, like a career and everything is like this. Yeah. And so how can we really kind of fight in this society to remember and revive and promote, no, like this kind of view that really, I think it's becoming like more and more, it's going to be like more and more important.
Yeah, it's a good question. I also am reading Bauman's work in liquid modernity and people responding to that, and I think a lot of that is finding sort of language in the way people are talking about posthumanism. Posthumanism is kind of a new, not really new, but newish sort of perspective impacting education. Oh, posthumanism, everyone's talking about it. To be honest, I've been engaging with Ikeda's work a long time. I mean, you know, since before the 2000s. I kind of missed that he was talking about intuition. I mean, I read it and I just kind of read over it. But then when I started looking at it, I see he's talked about it in a lot of different places. And then he talks about this poetic spirit. People misunderstand it as doing poetry, but that's not what it means at all. You read Japanese, so you probably know. It is the way the poet sees the world, the poet's engagement with the world. I think in many ways it's a kind of analog expression for how he's envisioning the global citizen, someone who can really embrace the fullness of diversity of the world and understand that their own life emerges more fully in that. So I think there's maybe 2 or 3 things that we have to do. One is read Ikeda's work. The abridged collected works of Ikeda are 150 volumes, abridged. And I think we were talking yesterday with Anna and Namrata. We have to understand both the intrinsic and extrinsic nature of his work. By intrinsic, I mean, what is he writing in Japanese? What is the time in which he's writing it? And what is he saying to that time? That's intrinsic. Extrinsic is what does it mean for us today? So Ikeda occasionally writes about queer identity. Not a lot, very little. But we can extrapolate what he says about identity in a particular context to today. But part of reading him intrinsically goes to Alejandro's question. I'm getting to my answer to your question, but Alejandro's question about language. I think at some level, this maybe sounds a little, I'm sorry. If we cannot read the Japanese, and we're talking about Ikeda, it's a little bit like doing surgery without knowing basic human anatomy. You know, you wouldn't cut into somebody's body if you don't really, where is the organ? You know, you wouldn't just start cutting, you know? And so I think when we cannot read Japanese, we begin to just paint on to Ikeda what we think he should be saying or what we want him to say. That's one aspect. The other is we have to remember that a lot of his work is translated into English, often with a very particular intention, and then that English is translated. So that particular intention becomes sedimented in the translation into Spanish, French, German, Italian, and so forth. And so certain terms require us to go back and look at them. Ningen kyoiku is one. So in the most recent translation of his work, really understanding why that is not humane or humanistic education is something that they really thought about and then changed the translation. Kyosei, sometimes that's symbiosis, coexistence, peaceful coexistence, harmonious coexistence, and then creative coexistence. Creative is not actually in the term, but it's actually probably, some would argue, the best translation, because for Ikeda, symbiosis is not inactive, it's not passive, it's very active. And in that symbiotic relationship, we can create value. So that's why creative coexistence has become the term in English. Now to your question. I think the first part is understanding all of that and doing the hard work of engaging with Japanese. That's really important. The other is what is happening now at Alcalá, and we're seeing it at other institutions, my own, in Canada, in places in the UK, in China, in India, other parts of the world. They're starting to teach Ikeda's ideas. This is the excitement for doctoral students and master's students. You are at the beginning of a new wave of thinking. Completely transform how you engage with reality. Part of what we have to do, though, is create value from that instruction. You know, I often say, based on Shoji Saito's work, it's value creation, not value consumption, right? Kachi sozo, not kachi shohi. So we don't just prescribe ways of doing value. This is valuable for me, you should do it. You have to create in that space. But value creation requires, Makiguchi says, the cognition of facticity. First, we have to understand the realities of the world and our environment and our circumstances, and then from those create meaning. But I think we have to teach it. So I'm teaching about the poetic spirit in my classes. I'm teaching about intuition. And my students are both members of Soka Gakkai and non-members of Soka Gakkai, people who practice Buddhism and people who are Muslim and really devout Christian and all kinds of religious perspectives engaging with Ikeda's ideas, thinking, what does this mean for me? And I think if you do those two things, in time we will see a real move from kind of a fan of Ikeda or assuming Ikeda to real engagement with Ikeda and then real application of Ikeda. My students, the students at DePaul, those who are applying Ikeda's work, their educational environments are fundamentally different. They have totally transformed what they're doing, and the students are fundamentally transformed. It's quite impressive to watch. That would be my response.
¿Tenemos otra pregunta?
Well, thank you both, Namrata and you. That was very inspiring. Like, I am both a student and a teacher, so with these two conferences, I've been switching minds and roles. But this all has raised an awareness in me about all this, like what the talk is about, like the challenges in education right now. And I was thinking throughout your conference how there was a question in my mind that it was, how are we humans progressing towards something? Are machines being more humans, or are we humans turning into machines? And that's something that I see in my students a lot. And believe me, I do try to work around that topic with them a lot. But like as Namrata was saying, all these algorithms and intelligence, like artificial intelligence, is a big challenge for like the little ones, because I do teach the little ones. Because they receive only a piece of information all the time. And a kind of life, because like that's what TikTok, she was saying about TikTok. I'm very worried about TikTok. I like it very much, but with a critical mind. And my students doesn't have that. So I'm very afraid of that. And I guess like for adolescents, the disease has always been like trying to be mainstream. And that's always been like that. And that's been the challenge for like the younger age. And how that affects with all these new topics is something that scares me a little. So yeah, how, I guess like with higher education, we can try and develop this critical mind, but I find it hard to do it with the smaller ones, which I do try it, but this intuition and the poetic mind you're talking about, how to develop that at a younger age seems a little bit tricky. So, yeah.
I mean, I don't know that I have a good answer. I'm not an early childhood educator or an elementary educator. I taught high school for many years, you know, more than a decade. Sometimes they act like little children, but you know.
They do are.
You know, I think Ikeda's perspective, it's quite profound, but also quite just a minor shift sometimes. So of course we want to develop the mind. So he's not saying we should stop doing that. But if we only do that, we're missing these other dimensions of what make us human. And if we force little kids away from play, I mean, play is where they really become, they imagine, they sort of their true self comes out in play. But, you know, little kids doing homework and, you know, like it's a little boggles my mind, but I see my colleagues, you know, assigning kids this work. I think for Ikeda, it is about not losing sight of human dignity. I mean, imagine if we were like walking down the street and we saw dogs like with a Google glasses or something and like doing TikTok dances, you know, like on their screen or Snapchat. Like, it seems incomprehensible. But somehow we just say it's normal for human beings to do all these things. I think it is a dimension of our creative capacity, but I think Ikeda is saying don't lose sight of what makes you truly human, because you can go so far that you lose the humanness and you move toward becoming a machine. I mean, has everyone seen 2001: Space Odyssey? Do you know the Stanley Kubrick movie? This is an old movie, but 1968. I mean, that comes out in 68. Ikeda's first piece is on 70. I think from 68 to 70 is probably when that comes out in Japan. I bet that had a real impact on his thinking that formed that first essay. That's my guess. I could be totally wrong. But it's the fear and also the possibility. So part of what we have to do is have a kind of self-mastery, a self-control, a self-restraint. He uses these concepts a lot in his writing. And it's not to limit who we are. It's not to somehow not go all in on your creative capacity, but I think it's to understand sort of limitations and what's sort of ethically good, human rights, these kinds of things. I also think Ikeda, you know, I imagined him toward the end of his life. I think he probably would love like the iPhone and its capacity to like connect with people. And I just, you know, I think he would appreciate a lot of those things, while at the same time retaining his capacity for what makes us human. I think early childhood educators especially have to really be conscious of this. I don't know, like you, I was flying on a plane and there was a tiny little child in the seat next to me. And she was just whipping through that iPad. I mean, just like nothing. Just her little brain was just doing it. It was both amazing and a little scary, you know, because I was wondering what is going on cognitively in her development. I think young people have many friends. I was talking with Pedro earlier. Many friends, they're connected virtually. They watch TikTok, that's how they consume, or Snapchat, or, you know, whatever, Instagram. But they don't have many person-to-person connections. They feel quite, they feel quite isolated. I think only educators are going to change that. We have to kind of interrupt that somehow, I think. I think that's what Ikeda is pushing us toward. Yeah. Yes. Whoa. Sorry.
Bueno, en primer lugar, me encantó cómo comenzó su exposición, hablando, refiriéndose a la mente, corazón, espíritu poético. Y luego cómo nos introdujo en el tema de la inteligencia artificial, y que me sorprendió mucho también porque soy budista y he leído Ikeda y he leído bastante a Makiguchi en la creación de valor, pero no sabía que Ikeda se hubiera ocupado en sus últimos años de este tema, ¿no? En la ciencia ficción, muchos escritores han prefigurado este desarrollo de hoy en día. Pienso en Ray Bradbury, en Isaac Asimov, en Aldous Huxley, ¿no?, que hablaban de cómo se iba a ir cosificando el hombre y cómo la máquina de pronto podía llegar a dominar. Pero es que realmente, aunque una máquina llegue a hacer las cosas más rápido, los cálculos, las predicciones más rápido que el hombre que está detrás de esa máquina operándola tiene problemas humanos y eso no lo puede sustituir ninguna máquina, ¿no? Entonces pienso que estos problemas del hombre contemporáneo, de la alienación, la soledad, la tristeza, están un poco alimentados por esa misma creación, paradójicamente, que ha hecho el hombre de las máquinas, porque las máquinas alimentan la arrogancia y el ego. Entonces, yo creo que hay que volver o hay que retomar todo este tema de la creación de valor en la educación, porque como usted decía en relación a la pregunta que acaba de hacer la compañera anteriormente, que le preocupa esto para la educación con los niños, pero es que puede ser a cualquier nivel de educación. La educación en términos normales no nos prepara a nosotros para la vida, nos prepara para aprender oficios, para el trabajo, pero no para enfrentar la vida. La educación debería estar dirigida hacia lo que nosotros sentimos, a la conexión de nosotros real, valga la redundancia, con la realidad y con los demás seres humanos. Entonces yo creo que realmente esa forma que tiene la creación de valor y todas estas propuestas que hace Daisaku Ikeda y que hace Makiguchi para la educación son una solución óptima en este momento de la humanidad. Solo era eso, un comentario. Gracias.
I agree. At the Institute for Ikeda Studies at DePaul, we are currently translating the system of value-creating pedagogy into a complete thing. It doesn't exist in English, and I think maybe the Spanish will come after that English version is done. And we've been working on this for many years. It almost goes to the question beforehand. I think one key point, when we talk about value-creating education or value-creating pedagogy, or we can maybe more broadly say value-creating approaches to knowledge, society, power, in the classroom schooling context, what Makiguchi is writing about is not the teacher creating value. This is often misunderstood. It's the teacher's capacity to cultivate students' capacity to create value. Can the students come out of the classroom understanding how to create value? If they can do that, then they can live a happy life. They can confront the facticities of their world. They can create meaning that has a sensorial beauty. It smells good, it tastes good, it feels good, sounds good. We know when music we like, we know. Sound we want to dance to it. When it doesn't sound, we don't like it. So it either has beauty or it doesn't. You either like it or you don't. It's just the senses. And gain, can they create some meaning that can bring them monetary, maybe some other kind of benefit or gain? Could be utilitarian. That's an important thing. And then it should serve the social good. So it's gain, but on a quantitatively larger scale. Not qualitatively larger scale, a quantitatively larger scale, more people. This is why I said to Anna that maybe the iPhone is a kind of example of value creation that Steve Jobs made. He looked at the realities of materials and he made this super sexy, sleek phone. You can touch it and you can move the keypad and you can bring the keypad back up and you can call people, but you can go online. Wow, it's so cool. I have one. Do you have one? You don't? You're a loser. I have one. I'm cool. This kind of thing. But then it made him money. Lots and lots and lots of money. That's gain. But it also became a tool for all of us. We can communicate, we can search the web. Many people are using a cell phone. For many people, they're learning from this. You can go look at the space cam and view parts of the world through that. Just the device in the palm of your hand. It's an amazing kind of contribution to society. Also has bad parts, but there are value-creating dimensions. The problem with AI, as you mentioned, human beings created it, but we don't know what AI is doing to replicate in that fast way. AI is teaching itself to do it even faster, but we don't know it yet. So it's becoming smarter than the human beings who created it. That's a little scary to me. Like, ooh, I should be careful, And then you ask ChatGPT a question, and it gives you a response, and you can say, are you sure? And then it, feeds back in. And so I agree with you, but I think posthumanism is one kind of discourse in education. The other major one, at least in the United States, is critical pedagogy. This is informed by a Marxist perspective to critique social structures, race, identity, critique, to dismantle those structures that oppress some and elevate others. The problem that we've seen with critical pedagogy is at the end of critique, what do we do? How do we move forward? I think it's there where value-creating approaches provide an opportunity, because Makiguchi is also critiquing the realities of the time. He's very critical. Put him in jail, where he died, How many of us are willing to die for our beliefs? It's a pretty powerful statement. But then value creation gives us possibility from that critique, ways to create always something new, and if we do it with beauty, gain, and good, we have a fundamental capacity never to be deadlocked. That's what I mean by existential happiness. Makiguchi says, yes, they say learning should be joyful, but when they say happiness, it's not about having fun in the classroom. That's actually what, they don't mean that. They mean this inner capacity never to be defeated, in a sense. We don't have that as a dominant discourse in education. And then when you bring all of the rest of Makiguchi, Toda, and Ikeda, human dignity, human rights, nuclear disarmament, climate change, the poetic spirit, literary selfhood, you see this full kind of buffet of ideas, how to be a different kind of human being. That's what Ikeda is really encouraging us to do, I think.
I think it would be really, creo que estaría muy bien si voy a invitar a Namrata Sharma, a Ana Belén a la mesa.
Yes. You two both come up, right?
Vamos a pasar a la última fase de la jornada, que creo que, bueno, no sé si es lo más interesante, pero creo que es algo típico del instituto, que es un poco, vamos a decirlo, primero es un diálogo abierto y es un diálogo libre y real. Eso quiere decir que estamos in the razor's edge. Esto es como el filo de la navaja. Ese filo de la navaja porque cuando estamos en este tipo de conversación que no sabemos lo que va a ocurrir, hay riesgos y potencialidades que creo que son intrínsecas al pensamiento de Ikeda y de esa incertidumbre que nuestros alumnos odian inicialmente, pero que luego abrazan con pasión. Bueno, más o menos pasión. Pero I'm going to turn into English, so it will be easier for us. Because if I am listening to you in English and talking Spanish, I'm going to do it horribly. So this is an open dialogue between all of us, okay? First of all, I would like to thank you for all these enriching ideas that not only we're going to have time today to think about them, but as it is going to be recorded and available to so many people, I'm sure we are going to contribute to the thoughts of many, many people that we don't even know. So first of all, thank you for that. And I have so many connections while listening to both of you that I wanted to share some of them that I, in some way, integrates both your thinking. I have a question. It's more, I think it's both of you could answer that. And it's about ontology. Yeah, we don't used to think about ontology. We used to think more about epistemology.
Right.
And it's harder to think about ontology. It's like more subtle. But I think that we live in a very materialistic ontology. And probably science is led by a materialistic ontology. Maybe people is not aware about their epistemology, so it's harder to be aware about what is the ontology. The major ontology that we used to follow. I think materialism is probably in the ground, it's grounding AI, it's grounding positivism. So what's for you an alternative, so to speak, of materialism as an ontology? What do you think about that? Because I'm sure, talking about intuition or talking about this notion of a global citizenship that deals with how we relate, it's a relational approach to environment, to others, to even oneself. What would be an alternative ontology? Well, we can begin with that, if you, okay? It's a
big question. No, go ahead.
I think that's a fantastic question. I think there are multiple ontologies. Materialism definitely, in a sense, the sort of Newtonian, Cartesian, materialistic way, of living and being is one reality or ontology that defines how our modern civilizations have existed. On the other hand, we also have ontologies that are much more integrated, and much more holistic. And these ontologies have existed in terms of, within communities and societies. Some of those ontologies are what we here are working on, which is Daisaku Ikeda's ideas, Mahatma Gandhi's ideas, and so on and so forth. So it's not like what will be, it is what is already existing. And it is sort of ties to my work in the field of global education and sustainability. And I borrow from Bill Schubert, who is a curriculum expert. So Bill has this perspective in curriculum studies that a shift in paradigm will lead to a shift in the praxis, So it is about paradigms that can lead to a shift in the praxis. So what is the paradigm based on which we are operating right now? And what is the new paradigm we are proposing, where we stand, whether it is a classroom teacher who sort of reflects on her own understanding of education, so we don't, this is a sort of, moving from a big picture to a small picture, so we don't just take for granted anything that's given to us, but we challenge that, and we challenge our understanding of that. So we challenge, for example, our definition of what is a global citizen, and what is the paradigm based on which I am defining what a global citizen means to me, and therefore that would give much more of a specific understanding of, okay, so then what would it look like in terms of the praxis, or the practice of global citizenship within my classroom. So this is actually something scholars within global education as well are talking about. So we need a shift of paradigm. And just to end on that, I think this is so important, the question you've posed, Alejandro, because UNESCO's Futures of Education report, talks about multiple futures that exist in front of us. It's not just there is this defined future that will come in 2030 when the Sustainable Development Goals, will be all in fruition. But there are multiple futures that lie ahead of us. And it depends on our action that we take towards the global challenges that we face, including climate change, narrow nationalism, peace and security. So depending on the action we take within various sort of places that we stand as human beings, we will create different types of futures. So it's such an important question that you asked, that we've got to go back to really questioning the paradigm and look for a paradigm shift where we are as individuals and really own, who we are, and then give that voice within our teaching and learning.
Yeah, because I was stressing this notion of ontology related with what's reality. What's our idea of reality and our relationship with that? That is not a simple question at all.
And we tend to think of I don't know if this can be heard. We tend to think of reality as something out there. And I think for Ikeda, the vector of influence always starts from here out. So it's, from a Western perspective, quite different. We create the environment. So because it's the Ikeda Institute, I'll sort of stay in Ikeda's world rather than sort of drawing on some of the other things I like. I think his ontological perspective we can call Mahayana Buddhism or Nichiren Buddhist perspective on what it is to be human. I think for Ikeda, the fundamental question is always an ontological one for him. What is it to be human? I mean, he asks this in many, many different ways. I think from his Buddhist perspective, this is kind of the conundrum. At least in the United States, Buddhism is both cool, so people like Buddhism. Ooh, Buddhism is cool, like, ooh, what does it think?
Like the iPhone?
Yeah, like the iPhone. And the moment we call it a kind of life philosophy, people are open to it in the classroom. The moment we call it a religious perspective, they're a little, don't leave that religion out there. But I think for Ikeda, yes, the religion is important, but it's fundamentally more a way of viewing the world. It's more of a philosophy, I think. And there are core concepts from that philosophy that I think articulate the way he sees the world and what it is to be and how to change reality, to shape reality. So one is the idea from Xi, the Chinese monk, of 3,000 material and let's call it spiritual mental realms in a single moment, that human beings from moment to moment have the capacity to do all kinds of things. Which do you do? How do you engage with the realities in your environment? And what you do has different effects in the causes you make. That's one. Another core concept related to that is Sampen Doden, the threefold transformation of the land. So if you are transforming at the deep interiority, and he carries that to education, saying, if the teacher is only expecting the student to change, but the teacher is not changing, real education is not happening. Real education, kyoiku, is the mutual growth and fostering. Kyoiku, he makes a homophone with a different character. We both have to change. So for Ikeda, it's always about transforming at the deep interiority because that creates a new self and a new reality. Always, just it's constant, which is why he says on page 224, if you are in the translation booth, where it says third, Ikeda says, being born human does not make one a human being. Don't we really only become human when we make tenacious effort to live as human beings? That's why education is so important. We need human education to become human beings. So we need an education that pushes us to think about that scope and scale of our life and its relationality with everything in the universe. For Ikeda, our identity reaches the four corners of a continually expanding universe. That's a hard thing to keep in mind, but that's the scale of your life, he would say. I think. I don't know what you guys think. But.
Bueno, que voy a tratar de conectar lo que estabais comentando con una pregunta que surgía en el chat online, que creo que está en esta línea. Claro, estamos hablando de esa transformación interior, estamos hablando de el valor, ¿no?, de la persona, el rol docente, ¿no? Aquí planteaban si entonces... Bueno, lo que plantea es si se considera que entonces la clave, ¿no?, de la educación sueca, de este enfoque, tiene que ver mucho con las competencias y con el rol docente, ¿no? Y, bueno, conectado, yo creo que de alguna manera ya lo hemos respondido, ¿no? Lo habéis respondido. Lo que me preocupa a veces cuando estoy en foros con maestros, con docentes, es que, claro, cuando hablamos, ¿no?, desde esta perspectiva y de cómo... la importancia del rol docente, de cómo nosotros creamos el contexto, de cómo nos relacionamos con nuestro medio ambiente. Siento que a veces algunas personas se agobian porque sienten una gran responsabilidad ante esa situación, ¿no? Y claro, me dicen, pues, pero es que la institución no facilita o tengo muchos problemas en mi escuela, ni te cuento sobre cada situación individual de los estudiantes. Claro, entonces yo entiendo que, bueno, nosotros trabajamos desde esta perspectiva, pero a veces lo que me encuentro es que cuando hablamos, ¿no?, de estos planteamientos con muchas personas, se sienten sobrepasados por esa sensación como de responsabilidad de, entonces todo depende de mí. Yo puedo, ¿cómo podríamos hacer, ¿no? A veces pienso para alentar a estas personas que a veces se sienten sobrepasadas, porque alivia, ¿no?, el pensar, bueno, es que si la normativa fuera más sencilla, si nos facilitaran, tuviéramos más recursos, ¿no? El tema de los recursos es, supongo, en todos los países, ¿no?, algo que siempre falta. ¿De qué manera podemos alentar para retomar, ¿no?, para dar esperanza a estas personas, que creo que está conectado con esta idea de la transformación, ¿no?, de ese inner transformation de la que hablabas también? ¿Cómo podemos alentar a estas personas para poder seguir, ¿no?, en el camino de seguir construyendo una educación?
Maybe I'll start this one. You can follow. And then maybe you have some thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts here. Ikeda says hope is a decision. Hope, nobody gives you hope. It exists within. Makiguchi, Toda, Ikeda, they're all about finding within the self this deep reservoir of capacity, believing in it and nurturing it and bringing it to fruition. So helping those teachers understand, yes, it's a problem. Schooling today is underfunded, too many students in the schools, parents blame teachers, I mean, on and on and on. But even within that very constrictive, terrible space, there is possibility. There is hope. You have to create it. You have to find it. You have immense power and possibility. But if you are at the whimsy of your environment, you have this kind of life force where you're like beaten down by everything. Oh, school's horrible. The kids are bad. I can't do anything. There's no money. Oh, it's terrible. You know, then everything becomes like that. But even Makiguchi went to the poorest schools. He created in a much worse situation possibility for kids, got kids to learn. Toda helped kids become very happy, understanding the realities of their environment. So I think one of the things goes back to Mitsuko's question. We have to, in education, I would say, help our teacher candidates, our counselor candidates, our principal candidates understand there's a different way of being in the classroom. There's a different way of making sense of those terrible realities. They're horrible, but we can create new meaning or value that is really something amazing that nobody else is doing. That, I think, is really important. Value creation, someone who practices value creation is never, ever deadlocked. Never. They're always hope-filled, I think. Yeah.
So for me, the word hope, you know, being in Ikeda studies, Ikeda Soka studies in education, the word hope is synonymous with the word resilience, you know. And there's this analogy that comes to my mind, you know, like resilience is like when you take a, you know, piece of rubber band and you stretch it, right? So we are as resilient as our relationships. So that no matter what happens, we can go back to our prime point because of the resilience of our relationships. So hope, like Jason said, you know, from Ikeda's ideas, is a decision, you know. And that decision includes also the people who are around us, you know. And so within education, I think it's networking, right? This group here gives me that ability to be resilient in the field of global education and sustainability, so that no matter you know, how much I have to kind of stretch myself as a scholar and practitioner, I can always come back to the prime point and be more resilient, you know, in my work because of my relationships, my networking. So networking and being part of networks is so important as academics, as teachers. You know, we were at a talk yesterday, and I gave some forums that teachers can look up to teachers, some forums that I mentioned today of the Angel Network that academics can look up for academics. That's how we can create action, both as individuals, but also very importantly, collectively.
I mean, Ikeda says hope is a decision. It's the most important decision you can make. You know, so like, when I was in school, nobody talked about hope. No teacher said, oh, how do you have hope? What is the power of hope? I think the first time I remember hearing it was Jesse Jackson, who was a presidential candidate. I don't know if those of you who are old enough to remember. He just kept saying, keep hope alive, keep hope alive. But he was thinking about a racial kind of hope.
Or Winston Churchill, right?
Yeah, right? But it was never part of like the discourse of schooling. And as you launch the new master's degree, happiness is not kind of wishful thinking. Happiness is like, I'm going to be happy, damn it. You know, like, I need to be really serious about what happiness means. It's not hoping happiness happens. Value creation means we have the tools to effectuate your own happiness. But you have to determine to do that. If you're just waiting for someone to give it to you, I think you're in the wrong sort of field or something, you know? I don't know. What do you think?
I would like to connect this with the ideas of Erik Erikson, because his first crisis, existential crisis, so to speak, is about hope. That's the strength of ego that appears in that first crisis concerning trust. So this is the first task that we have when we are born, is to generate trust that it's worth living. And so I absolutely agree about the importance of hope. Not only at the beginning, the model of Erickson, his orthogenetic theory, deals with the whole lifespan. That's something that we forget. So hope is so important for students, according to the question. And I would like to also emphasize another crisis that is so important in adulthood, that is the notion of care concerning generativity. So if we have an adult trying to care children, creating hope and safety will be really important. So you can explore freely who you are or who you want to become. So if we don't provide hope and care, that's not going to happen. And I agree, it's not something that we used to be introduced. For example, I used to go to a Catholic church, so we were talking about faith, but it was a really specific faith. It wasn't faith as a whole, it was a faith in a specific content, a faith in a specific object. So we were not free to discuss about faith as it is related to hope. As a process. It would be more interesting to do that. I'm sure that all religions in some way do that. But I think it's a discourse that we should really be involved more in education, because if you don't have that kind of hope, you are just claiming about what's going on. And much more if you are not responsible or you are a part of that. So you are a victim, and a victimized narrative is not very useful, in my opinion. That's what I was thinking about. And once again, I think that Erik Erikson, Makiguchi, Ikeda, there are a lot of dialogues, pending dialogues. I would have loved to have all these people talking
together at a party.
Well, yeah, in a party would be really interesting.
Well, somewhere. But everything's better with drinks and food and, Wow.
You know, I was also, this is a little crazy, okay, but I think it's more or less related.
Yeah, go for it. Why don't you go for it? Crazy is good.
Something strange happened to me 3-4 years ago. A friend of mine from Chile was probably in his last days. He passed away. And we had this strange conversation. In WhatsApp. We were talking. He was in the hospital then. And we were partners in a specific project concerning rituals. We were studying rituals in education. So he was trying to convince me to have a ritual to help him to die. And it was a specific ritual he wanted me to participate from Spain through the phone, and it was like, I was so scared, and it was, I didn't know how, if I would be able to do that, or, so he wanted that kind of a specific ritual to, so you can imagine something so sacred in a so special moment to happen in distance with a phone. For me, it was like I was overwhelmed because of the whole situation, and I was really trying to know what would I do in order to help him. Finally, there was no time because events precipitated. He died before. I'm sure he had a good death. It was hard as every death. And I was wondering, what do you think about the role of rituals? Because I was remembering one book of Roy Rappaport, an anthropologist, this ritual in the making of humanity. So according to him, ritual is what makes us humans. And ritual, this is a ritual, by the way, what we are doing. It's an anniversary, and that's why we are here in this special place, and you are there, and we are special roles. And what happens in a ritual, in some way, is sacred, because this is sacred time. It's not the daily time. So I think that ritual needs presence, physical presence to happen. So what do you think, what's the role of ritual in the work of Ikeda? And in Japanese culture, ritual is also really important. And what are we missing in Western culture? So what do you think about that? Because I'm sure that there's one thing for sure, that we cannot perform rituals in a virtual way, or I'm sure artificial intelligence is not going to make rituals by themselves. They don't have that creativity. But what's your experience concerning this? And it's possible to have meaningful educational rituals. And ritual is so important in different cultures. So cultural, the significance is ritual, is so localized. So how we can become global if we don't understand others' rituals as well?
Everyone's like, to the next person.
Because it's such a powerful statement, and of course I think it's not, it's a big question. It brings into mind so many things, because you asked specifically about, Ikeda's world and the role of ritual in Ikeda's world. I think, to me, Ikeda's rituals as a Buddhist is one thing, but that term, because I'm going to tie it again to education. This is the common interest for those of us here in person and online. To me, it's that phrase cosmological humanism that Ikeda uses in 1997 at the Rajiv Gandhi lecture, which incidentally I happened to participate in or sort of attend. But that term cosmological humanism means that I think, beyond the Buddhist sort of prayers of morning and evening, I think he is communing with nature, communing with the universe, and is asking us to do the same as human beings. How can we commune? How can we stop to smell the roses? Right? Which is what we went for a walk yesterday, and right in the middle of the walk, I ran off to smell the beautiful roses that are in full bloom right now. But how do you commune, in that moment with everything sentient and insentient being that is around us? I think that is a ritual that I have when I met Dr. Ikeda as a student at Soka University, and when I read his work, I get connected with him in that way. So I think that is one thing I'd like to share. There's another thing I'd like to share, but I'll come to that in a bit, maybe after you all have said something.
I haven't thought about ritual at all. And Ikeda might write about it, but I haven't sort of focused on whether that's a concept in his writings or not. Maybe others know, and I'd love to hear if he does or doesn't. I do think if one of our tasks as scholars of Ikeda's work is to understand that his life is both within educational philosophy, but he's a Buddhist philosopher. So in many instances, his Buddhist philosophy is a social philosophy, and then we apply it to education. And I think looking at his Buddhist philosophy, just looking at the way he created the Soka Gakkai International, that organization, quite different from Soka Gakkai, which was, under Toda. Toda was different than what Makiguchi did, so they're all creating something different. Ikeda especially is about kind of obliterating barriers between people. And he, in talking about the global spread of Nichiren Buddhism, it's a very Japanese, Nichiren was Japanese, right? But perspective on Mahayana Buddhism, he frequently invokes the concept of zuiho bini. Zuiho bini means a kind of capacity to be flexible in the cultural context where you happen to be. So in Japan, it's different today because Japan's an aging society, but if you go to a Soka Gakkai meeting, they were always kneeling, doing seiza. You did martial arts, don't you? Yeah, so you might sit seiza style on your legs and they would chant sitting that way. And, in the US, people don't kneel, and so you sit in a chair and do it, And I think when you see Toda and Ikeda, maybe I'm wrong about Toda, but also critiquing, it sort of happens in the 70s and of course in 91 where there's the split, the priesthood were really focused on protecting their medieval, sort of in their mind, ownership of their rituals and traditions that elevated them. They were up here and the people were down here, and Buddhahood went through the priest. You had to go through the priest or through the, them and their teaching. And Ikeda was like getting rid of all of that. That this mystic law of causality, this fundamental aspect of Buddhism, is you and the universe. It's you and the law. You don't have to go through priests. So he very much was about removing any kind of these ritualistic limitations on that, especially when it's attached to power, to keep some people down and elevate others. And I think when you read his novelized accounts of both the Soka Gakkai, but especially the Soka Gakkai International, the way he talks to educators, principals at the schools he founded, corporate executives, it's about removing those things that create a kind of hierarchy among people. And this is particularly acute with Buddhism, I think, for him. It doesn't sort of speak to us in education, but I think we may be able to extrapolate from that how he might view education. I don't know, you maybe have other thoughts. Mitsuko may have thoughts too, I don't know.
Well, rituals, I think that the important thing with rituals is not what you are doing during the ritual. Is that relationship that you are creating. For that reason, is something that is peculiar for one context, for one tradition or culture. It's meaningful because it has a meaning. And about meaning, sometimes Alejandro and I are discussing about, is the same meaning? Is the same create meaning or create value? Is something that we sometimes discuss. And I think that something is meaningful because it has a meaning for me. Maybe for your friend, this task that he suggested it was meaningful. But it has no meaning for you, because it makes you feel overwhelmed. Yeah. For that reason, sometimes I make this kind of distinction between meaning and value. If it's something that creates value in your relationship, that is something that you can share or that you can, it's something that is meaningful for both.
It made me think, I should say, Ikeda is not just about doing away with everything. Hey, whatever you want to do, do it. I don't think it's that. There are some things that really matter and you should continue them and they're universal and you should do them. But I think value creation is also dialogic, inherently dialogic. Makiguchi doesn't use the language of dialogue to talk about it, but just because we think something has value or meaning doesn't mean that it has value or meaning for one other person or multiple people. So our task is always to be in dialogic interaction with people to co-create meaning. Ikeda loves to take a term, change the Japanese character, keep the word, the homophone, and create a new word. So another one is competition, where someone wins and someone loses. So he moves from that to co-creation. Kyoso becomes kyoso. And it's this focus on how do we create something together. So maybe part of our task is not to become rooted in kind of outdated rituals, but to co-create new rituals that bring in more people, that help us engage with difference, but not in a way that loses cultural specificity or linguistic difference, but somehow like this. I mean, I speak no Spanish, but you have wonderful students, to the best of their ability, making what we're saying comprehensible. That's a new kind of ritual that brings something new and unique. I think Ikeda would be all for it. I think.
So I know, Alejandro, you're the MC, but I'm going to take it off a little bit, if you're okay with it, to a different point. This is something I have been thinking and writing about in the past, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. And it was thanks to a person who doesn't work in Soka studies in education who told me to write this article. And that got me thinking that we think about Ikeda, and so much of what we write is so philosophical, right? And of course, we do talk about practical, sort of implementations within, Soka and non-Soka institutions, how we are using it and how, various people are using it in their teaching and learning. One item or agenda that I have as a personal research interest within Soka studies in education is to develop methods and methodologies based on using value creation as a lens. So in one of the published works, I use value creation, the notion of value creation, as a lens. The reason I'm so interested in doing this is because when I did my PhD and I wanted to talk about thinkers like, Sunisabu Romakiguchi, Mahatma Gandhi, Daisaku Ikeda, it was very difficult to be able to really explain what is it that they are talking about. So I had to use scaffolding learning. So one of the kind of the impacts of colonization has been the fact that we don't have the tools, the methods with which to analyze, first of all, to be able to recognize, and then to be able to analyze the influence of non-Western thinkers within education globally. Ikeda has had an impact on Soka schools, but I was not able to see that until I used value creation as a lens. And then using that, I was also then able to look at Indian education and the common thread, between some schools in India through using value creation as a lens that has a similar ontology as these schools in India that come from thinkers that also perceive this inextricable link between the self and others based on the understanding of dharma, or the mystic law, because it's so understood in India as being intrinsic to our culture that there are various schools, Mirambika and Krishnamurti, are kind of thinkers and schools that promote this integrated education. But for the longest time ever, we've had Western lens and Western tools to be able to see what's happening in Krishnamurti schools, in Mirambika schools, by Sri Aurobindo. And now using value creation as a lens, I was able to say, this from the ontology, this is the lens I have, this is my method, and now I'm able to get these results that I would not have if I didn't have this non-Western method and tool, So I just wanted to push push us who are in Soka studies in education to kind of stretch our limits beyond philosophy and pedagogy to using value creation as a lens and a methodological tool,
I was remembering one of our first writings when we were trying to describe what we were doing. it wasn't easy at all. It was easier to say what we were not doing.
Right, right.
And for example, we were not really happy at the side of positive psychology. Although many people used to think that we were doing positive psychology.
Right.
I think that web GPT, this artificial intelligence, thinks I am doing positive psychology, but I'm not. And we were not also doing any kind of entrepreneurship thinking that is so typical these days. And if you listen to these domains, it seems that we are all doing the same, but we're not. According to that lens of value creation, it's not the same. So it's not easy to say, what's the difference? You know it once you are doing it, or when you are in that environment, or you are in that context. You know it, you feel it, you notice it. But it's ineffable.
Yeah.
It's not so easy to describe by words. So I was connecting with that because it's not easy to explain it. That's why I use the words of my student before, because he was explaining something without saying it directly. That's where I like it.
Right.
But you need to infer that. You need to create the meaning. The meaning is not in the information. You need to create it. So that's something that maybe is there. That you need to create it by yourself. You cannot. It cannot be done.
You know what? I'm curious what your thoughts are. You know, when I read Makiguchi, he lays out sort of practices and processes and that teachers can implement with their students, and it's an iterative practice. He was an elementary school teacher, so he's talking to elementary school teachers about how to do these things, how to get their students to create value, and it's very concrete in many respects. When we look at Ikeda, and Toda uses sort of elements of what Makiguchi is doing, and it's sort of wrapped into his deductive approaches, and he doesn't really use the language of value-creating pedagogy much. When Ikeda talks about it, he sort of brings it, of course he talks about it in schooling, but in a very general sense, but he also brings it kind of to social theory. So it's more than just elementary school, and it's kind of anyone, anywhere, anytime can create value. So for example, in his 2014 annual commemorative proposal, he proposes three kinds of value creation. And the first is a value creation that always takes hope as its starting point. So this is like, what does this mean? Well, what do you mean by that? Give me something concrete. But Ikeda's a philosopher. I think our task is to both retain the integrity of the idea. So it can't just be kind of anything. But at the same time, while we retain the integrity of that idea, and that integrity comes from reading widely, really understanding both the intrinsic, it then calls on us to extrinsically think with Makiguchi, Toda, and Ikeda. Value creation that always takes hope as a starting point. Value creation that never lets people suffer alone. Value creation that brings out the best in everyone. These are the ways he talks about it. And then he goes into global citizenship after that. That allows us to sort of do what we want. But I also think we have to be careful not just to, I'm creating value, and that's what I call value, and I don't know what you're doing, but that's my value for me, so I guess it's good enough value. I think we have to be careful not to do that. I think there's a kind of, as Ikeda says, the middle way is best. So I think we have to sort of live in that middle way of both the intrinsic as we move to the extrinsic.
There are more ideas, but it's 2:04, son las 2:04, creo que es un buen momento para terminar. A no ser que haya alguna pregunta entre el público, porque hemos estado aquí conversando, pero esto es justamente el tipo de diálogo que creo que también merece la pena tener ideas que no hubieras tenido si no estás participando en el diálogo, ¿no? Y esto es algo que tratamos de hacer también y espero que genere algo de esperanza, ¿no? En que este tipo de jornadas y prácticas pues tienen sentido. En un contexto temporal también en el que estamos, en el que cada vez cuesta más también salir de los plazos, de los límites temporales para presentar trabajos, o presentar notas, o presentar tantos trámites, ¿no? Y por eso quiero agradecer a todas las personas que habéis podido participar presencialmente, que habéis podido hacer esto que tenga sentido. También a las personas que nos estáis escuchando, también han encontrado su hueco para seguirnos. También para las personas que no están aquí ahora, pero lo estarán en el futuro y que también pueden contribuir a que esto tenga sentido. Es un marco temporal que también tenemos que tener. Y bueno, pues quiero también hacer un recuerdo a Tanaka, a Shimoide y a Suzuki, nuestros compañeros del Instituto que estarán en Japón, a lo mejor viéndonos o a lo mejor nos verán en el futuro, pero que no están aquí, pero les recordamos igualmente. Estuvieron aquí en la inauguración, tuvimos algunas visitas de ellos y bueno, pues queremos desearle lo mejor. Les recordamos y quería aprovechar también pues para incluirles en la mesa, ¿no? Y pues ya me toca finalizar. Muchas gracias por la asistencia, espero que al menos que no les hayamos aburrido. Espero que quede alguna idea acerca, sobre todo que si se van de aquí y van pensando algo o hay alguna idea que ha quedado pendiente, pues ya creo que hemos cumplido con nuestro cometido, ¿no? Ayudar a pensar, pues yo creo que es lo mínimo que podemos hacer. Y por supuesto, algo que siento para las personas que están viéndonos virtualmente, pero ahora sí que me gustaría invitarles a un refrigerio, un pisco labis o como lo quieran llamar, que nos han preparado gentilmente desde la cafetería y si quieren pues podemos conversar de manera informal y seguimos el diálogo. Las personas que están online no pueden venir, pero es algo que la materialidad por lo menos proporciona, ¿no? Yes. Y eso por lo menos aquí pues lo vamos a poder disfrutar y compartir. Será nuestro placer pues, poderlo compartir con todos ustedes. Muchas gracias. Finaliza la jornada.